Hi everyone, this is Kelly Beatty coming to you live from the Chelmsford Senior Center for night 2 of the Fall 2018 Town Meeting. For those of you who were with us on Monday night, it was a very interesting session, and you saw something that we've been doing the last couple of meetings, which is called the consent agenda, where Town Moderator John Curlin bundles together 3 or 4 of the articles that are kind of, you know, everyday sorts of things, so they're all voted on at once. Well, I had a fantasy coming over here as I was driving by on my way over. We have 13 warrant articles left to get through, and in my fantasy, Curlin pulls those all together into one consent agenda item. It's an all up or down vote, and that way we can all get home to watch the Red Sox play in their perhaps clinching a spot in the World Series. Well, that's just my fantasy. The reality is that we have some very interesting warrant articles on the docket tonight. For those of you here Monday, you saw 2 really extensive discussions on a couple of articles. Article 4 having to do with an EPA-mandated stormwater management plan. This is literally going to require the DPW to create an entire new division to take care of nothing but stormwater drains. And in a way, there's not really much we can do about it. It's something that's been mandated from on high, and the town is going to have to fund that going forward. Could call for $1 or $2 million a year going forward for the staffing and the equipment to make all this happen. The other was Article 5, which was to study an emergency ambulance service and possible redistribution of our fire stations. That was put forward by the Board of Selectmen. It was a $55,000 study. Basically, this is the kind of thing that town meeting reps approve all the time. Some money for a study to see whether something is worth doing or not. Well, despite the presentation by Select Woman Emily Amtul, it was not taken very easily and straightforwardly. It became something more of a study as to whether the town should adopt and take over the ambulance service here in town, currently handled by Trinity EMS, for a possible income stream. And it was less about the redistribution of the fire stations.
7:29, we're going to be starting.
So we'll be starting our special town meeting, which will Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll be back later.
I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As I said, this is the special town meeting, and once we complete the business of the special town meeting and adjourn that meeting, we will go on to the back to the original town meeting. I thought that there would be a better way to do the amendments than we had done them on Monday, and fortunately there was a brain trust here, including Ted and John and Tom Peterson and people at Chelmsford TeleMedia. So you will notice that Vivian Merrill's up here with us, so that when the article, the amendments are produced here, she can be typing them out while town council reviews them, and hopefully that will expedite the meeting a little bit and hopefully prevent any confusion. So that being said, we will now, yes, Ted? Yes. We now have to vote, so please test your clickers, make sure that they're all working. Also, for the record, I did review the constable's return of service, and I state for the record that this meeting has been properly posted and comports with all of the legal requirements under the law.
And those clickers in our electronic system became something of an issue last Monday night, because when amendments were put forward, it took quite a bit of time to get them into the system so that they could be voted on. We'll see if it happens more smoothly tonight.
Quick question.
Okay, for the record, we do have a quorum, so let's commence with the special town meeting article. Mr. Manager?
Good evening. There we go. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Town Manager Paul Cohen, and we have before you this evening a one-article special town meeting. The pages on this are at the back side of the handout that was distributed to the town meeting reps. It's the last 2 pages of paper, the last 4 sheets, double-sided, so if you want to find the text. The first question is why are we having a special town meeting? And the reason for this is that an issue arose after the close of the spring annual town meeting, at which the Board of Selectmen signed the warrant, for the fall annual town meeting. The Board of Selectmen signed the warrant for the fall annual town meeting on September 10th, right after Labor Day. And obviously planning board acts on the articles that are on the zoning articles on the fall annual town meeting. The Finance Committee holds their hearings and so forth. Well, what arose in this situation was I received an email from Town Council on the day of September 10th, after the agenda was posted for the Selectmen's meeting and the warrant finalized, addressing what appears to be a loophole in the zoning bylaw of the community regarding the definition of lot area. And this arose out of a matter that had taken place before the Board of Appeals the previous Thursday regarding interpretation of what was understood to be the practice of understanding of what lot area is in the town of Chelmsford. And so in speaking to council, we said, well, what do we do in this instance? And he says, the best thing to do, Paul, is we have time. Let's call a special town meeting. The selectmen can approve the warrant at its following meeting, which the board did do when it met on the 24th. In order for an interim step to take place, and then hopefully the matter could be fully addressed at the spring annual town meeting. The Board of Selectmen signed the warrant for the fall annual town meeting on the 24th. The Planning Board held a public hearing in accordance with the requirements under state zoning bylaw and our bylaws. Therefore, there was a public hearing, and earlier this evening, the Planning Board met again, considered the matter, and actually opposes this article by a 3-4 vote. I can tell you in the 12 years that I've been as town manager, I've never brought a zoning article to town meeting. I don't relish the fact. However, I think that the reason I'm moving forward with the article is I think I have a responsibility to bring an issue of concern to the community and make you aware, because the concern for this is that there is a 6-month period between now and when we gather in April, and I would rather not have to deal with an unsuspecting neighborhood or abutting property owners who may be subject to an issue that could arise, which is not how we understood the bylaw to be regarding lot area, and then felt that I didn't do anything about it. So again, the decision will be yours. I know you'll hear a debate on both sides, and particularly from the planning board. And again, the matter comes down to the definition of lot area. You can see what we're adding is a clarifying sentence that was drafted by town council. It's the underlined sentence, has to do with the issue of basically odd-shaped lots and how you calculate the area allowing for consideration of what qualifies for land. And this is the existing diagrams that exist currently in the bylaw, so this is not new. You can see in the top diagram that hash-crossed area is not used as the minimum area calculation because it doesn't meet the bylaw. And then you can see the diagram on the bottom shows an area that does meet the definition. And so again, when they drafted this bylaws years ago, they thought they had it clarified. Well, sure enough, what happens is we get a lot such as this, and this is the exact case that brought this to the attention of the Board of Appeals. You see that there's a busy area in the top left and a busy area in the bottom right, and in between you see this narrow strip that's 2 feet wide that runs about 100 feet. And that's the concern that needs for this clarification, because we want to make sure that people know that what could result in odd type shape of lots, whether that's understood to be what's allowed in Chelmsford, and again, do we want to keep that loophole or exposure open for the next 6 months? And so that's what we're seeking to do here this evening. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn it over to Evan Belansky, our Community Development Director, to give an explanation as to the nuts and bolts of this bylaw change, it's written in plain English, but it's not easy to understand intuitively because of the nature of it. And I think it was agreed by the planning board at their pre-meeting this evening that no matter what, they're going to redefine this definition for spring town meeting. However, the concern and why I'm bringing this forward is I think I don't want to leave an exposure over the next 6 months. What we also know is we heard from town council at the meeting downstairs, and I'm sure council can opine if asked by town meeting this evening, is that existing property owners who have qualified lots would be grandfathered and would not lose anything. The concern is we don't want to see the creation of new odd-shaped lots that were not the intent of the bylaw. So with that, I'll turn it over to Evan Belansky, and he can describe for you the intent of the bylaw.
Good evening. I will be very brief on this one because it's fairly straightforward from a zoning perspective, and then we can potentially make it more complicated if we want to. So at the highest level is to clarify the relationship between the 150-foot minimum distance measurement and the lot lines. And in the top diagram, it's very clear related to lot lines that bisect at a point. And then the area that's less than 50 feet in width between those two lot lines out to a distance of 150 feet currently do not qualify for lot area. The confusion with the bottom graphic pertains to lot lines that run parallel to one another, where they do not bisect, but they run parallel to one another. So the new sentence that's being proposed to be added to the existing definition specifically speaks to clarifying that for purposes of computing the 150-foot minimum distance, the length of both lot lines, whether they bisect at a point or whether they run parallel, will be added together to calculate that 150 feet.
That's it. Thank
That's
you.
it.
Okay, does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends approval of Article 1.
Does the Board of Selectmen have a recommendation?
Board of Selectmen unanimously approve Article 1.
Does the Planning Board have a recommendation?
Yes, the public hearings have already been noted. This evening, the Planning Board voted 4-3 not to endorse.
Thank you. So now's an opportunity for people to ask questions or debate. Just let me know what you're going to do.
Kathy Taverty, Precinct 1. I'm going to ask a question. Mr. Moderator, through you to the Planning Board, can you please explain the rationale of the split, or do we need to poll either way? I don't care which one. Thank you.
Certainly, Mike Riesbeck, Planning Board Chair. The concern was primarily that this was rather rushed, and we only got it a little while ago, and that was concerning to several members of the board.
This is debate. I'm Sue Carter, Precinct 5, former planning board member, and I was on the committee when we came up with this diagram here. It was taken directly from Acton. I think this bylaw is somewhat a function of interpretation, because I know Acton would have interpreted the diagram down below as not being valid. So I think if we need to clarify our bylaw so that it's clear and it's not subject to new people coming into town and having different interpretations, I would encourage everybody to vote for it, make it clean and simple and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, are we in debate or questions?
They're both the same now. So
Okay.
if you're asking questions,
No, I don't have any questions. I've got statements. My name is Ed Rue, Precinct 6, also a planning board member, and I voted no. Let me give you some of the reasons First of all, you were shown a small diagram that's in the zoning bylaw. Evan referred to it as parallel lines. The lines aren't parallel. They would intersect at some point beyond the lot. And the diagram says width less than 50 feet. To me, that is very clear description of something that should not have been issued on Hildreth Street. That used to be referred to as a bow tie lot. So to me, the law as it stands is clear enough. Secondly, our chairman said we felt we were rushed. Yeah, we're rushed. But also, 2 meetings ago, I asked our esteemed town council to have a diagram drawn or redrawn, and that was not produced. I think that would have made it much clearer for everybody. So those are the reasons, basically, those are the 3 reasons I voted no. And if this goes forward, I'm going to vote no on it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Root, there's someone else actually who wants to speak, so, okay.
Okay. I forgot something. Also, the people that have come up with strange lots, we have to approve them as A&Rs, approval not required, because of the laws, the way they're written. It's up to another group in town to decide if they truly meet the zoning regulations. When we approve an A&R, it says on the plan, this does not, we're not approving the zoning on this. So, what concerns me is possible arbitrariness on the person that will determine whether it's a buildable lot or not later on. And so the 2 people that have lots in question, I'm very concerned. I know you said they're going to be grandfathered, but things change. So I'm very concerned about it. And that's it. I'm all done.
Thank you.
Joanne Anderson, Precinct 6. I was on the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee, but I got to admit, I don't understand this question, and I can't be the only one, but I'll get up and admit it. Can you explain, I wish you had a pointer, down the bottom where it says street, are those 2 different lots? Oh, you do have a pointer, even better.
Those are lines, the hatched area are lines within a zoning lot.
Are they 2 separate lots, or is that considered one lot that you're trying to?
On the bottom
Yes.
is one lot, and then the hatched area is a portion of that lot.
So where are you calculating 150 feet?
So I can't read,
street?
I'm not able to read the fine print on
Neither can we,
on
that's the
numbers.
thing.
Right, so.
How can I vote for something I can't
so
even
the-
read?
So
I
the
need
primary reason for the amendment is to not rely on either of the diagrams.
Okay.
The diagrams can be confusing.
Yes,
The
they
language that's being inserted is intended to be self-sufficient, to stand on its own.
I wish somebody could have done a picture maybe to show what you're changing it to make me understand it
Right.
better, because I don't understand what you're asking me to vote on.
Understood. So just to clarify the big picture here, what we're presenting to you this evening is that there's a loophole.
Right.
You've heard current planning board members say that loopholes can be created based upon interpretation and different types of projects being interpreted differently. So the language that's being proposed here is the first attempt to close that loophole in a timely, immediate manner. Then what you've heard tonight from planning board members is that between now and Springtown meeting, they would like to do exactly what you're proposing.
Okay.
Take a further look at this, come up with new or different or better diagrams that will then be complementary to the definition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
George Zaharos, Precinct 3. I also was on the planning board at the time when this came before us originally. And we tried to prevent bow tie lots or dumbbell lots, and we felt it was clear. This sentence helps add a little bit more clarity to it. So I would encourage the body to vote for it and let the planning board still go forward to look at it in deeper for the Springtown meeting, and maybe if the diagrams need to be revised at that point, then come back at that point. But I would urge you to vote for it.
Thank you.
Ryan Latina, Precinct 4. Mr. Moderator, if I could ask a couple questions. First of all, most zoning board kind of zoning changes are presented, I assume, by the zoning board and not the development director. I'm surprised they're not presenting. Why would the community development director present this?
So it's always planning board. You've never seen the zoning board presenting. Very often there will be a joint presentation between myself and planning board members.
Yeah. Ryan Latino, we would have done that. The problem is we didn't have time. We had an annual town meeting scheduled October 15th. We didn't have time to. Normal process would have been to send it to the planning board, have the planning board develop the bylaw, get it back. Well, the problem is it came in late after the close of the fall annual town meeting warrant. We didn't have sufficient time to do that process. So I'm left with one choice: do nothing, leave the loophole for 6 months, or bring it to the selectmen the next Monday, have them vote to call the special town meeting, place the article on the warrant. I'll serve as the sponsor. Then the planning board advertises, which it did, a legal public hearing on the proposed zoning bylaw, which is what's required under state law and our town bylaws. So that was a choice we had. So it's a choice of doing nothing or doing an interim step to add clarifying language to tie it over to the spring.
Okay, and second question is, how many lots in Chelmsford have the problem that we're fixing? You've done a survey, we have GPS.
The issue is not existing lots, the issue is potential new lots. If you look at the most recent example, this is a new lot that was recently created. It's taking two pieces of separated non-contiguous land and connecting them via a sliver that's 2 feet in width and 100 feet long.
So that's two lots?
It used to be two separate lots. It is now one lot connected by a sliver.
Don't we have a process to approve connecting multiple properties together?
We do. That's what you heard Planning Board Ed Rue talk about, the approval not required process. However, under that process, as Planning Board Member Rue mentioned, the Planning Board is not verifying zoning compliance. So this lot legally exists. Then, as the town manager mentioned, it went through a building permit process. The first time through that building permit process, a permit was issued in error, and then it was revoked based upon the previous building commissioner determining that this lot did not comply with this lot area provision. Since then, a new building commissioner has started. A new set of eyes has taken a second look at it. As was mentioned, that determination was a different result. So the concern here, as the town manager has mentioned, is that these situations, these opportunities could be endless, and you are potentially creating new lots in neighborhoods that didn't want or expect a buildable lot to be created. Because remember, what exists now in neighborhoods is two separate pieces of property on two separate lots. They may be on separate addresses, separate streets. And with some creativity and some commitment, you can connect those two non-contiguous parcels, create enough lot area with this type of loophole.
Okay. So you don't have to go through the same process that we saw on Turnpike, where they cut a lot in half and it went through quite a. You still have
to go through a variety of procedures, but this is an example where it can be done. And I think the concern is if the loophole is acknowledged, it can be duplicated. Attorneys.
So right now, for the next 6 months, we can't stop connecting lots together?
If we vote tonight, it puts an end to the loophole.
But
That's
we
why it's
can't-
in front of you this evening.
We can't identify those as they come to the planning board and stop those lots from being placed together.
No,
for the
once
next
they're in
6
front of the
months.
once they're in front of the planning board, based upon the current interpretation of this provision, there would be the same result as this. They would likely end up as
So they would be
legal-
forced to connect the lots, that's what you're saying?
They're connecting the lots because they're trying to create a building lot that otherwise normally, under previous interpretation, would not have been able to be done.
So we don't have a choice to connect or not connect, you're saying?
Correct.
Thank you.
Through the chair, through the moderator to the...
Mr. Polton, would you kindly identify yourself?
Thank you for doing the first half. As the moderator said, I'm Sam Polton, Precinct 8.
Thank you.
Through the moderator. I think you've just identified the loophole. Am I correct in hearing you say that is the loophole you want us to close?
Correct.
Looking at that, are you now saying that where ordinarily you couldn't build a house, you now could because of the thin strip, but the house would be built on one of those large areas? Is that correct?
So this particular example is a little bit convoluted, but in the simplistic form, adopting the article as proposed this evening will close a loophole whereby lots that should not be created won't be created. Another way of saying is that neighborhoods won't have surprises of where they thought there would not be a house and a buildable lot, where all of a sudden this loophole would allow that opportunity to occur.
Just to help me picture this and everyone else, using that as an example, the loophole allows a structure to be built that may be much closer to lot lines, et cetera, than ordinarily would be in that area. Is that correct? You'd have a piece somewhere else that's vacant, but between two houses, you may have houses that are a little closer together than you might have imagined.
I mean, that's one scenario. The loophole is directly related to slivers of land connecting buildable parts of a lot. So you've heard tonight it referred to as a bow tie lot, a barbell lot. The slivers of land in which the lot area definition has this provision in there because it's trying to suggest that the entire lot in all of its portions would be usable. A 2-foot sliver of land that's 100 foot in length is not usable.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Arroway, Precinct 1, and a planning board member. Over the course of the last year or so, we've been seeing the impact of having our town predominantly built out. Buildable property has become a premium, and developers are trying to put new houses, on any bit of land they can get. The result is we're seeing some very, very odd-shaped lots coming through for approval. And this is probably the worst case of it, but we've had a few others in the past year that we had to approve. We didn't want to, but we had to approve. I would like to see this loophole closed. I do believe that the entire definition needs a good rewrite because it's really difficult to understand, but we don't have time to do that for this meeting. Because we have publicly come out in this meeting to say that we want to close that loophole, we can expect that over the course of the next 6 months, every developer that has a piece of land that could possibly qualify for this will come forward with an application to get it approved before Springtown meeting. I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you.
Paul Ragazio, Precinct 7. Again, I don't understand the language and whatever. My only question is, how did that 2-foot line of property become available? Did they purchase it from the adjacent?
Correct. He entered into an agreement with an abutter.
So the adjacent lot was, I won't say subdivided, but reduced so that they created that 2-foot line?
Exactly.
Okay. I wish you would have explained that before. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Apparently, there is no further discussion, so we will now vote on the special town meeting warrant article. A vote in a yes will resolve what is an issue with unclarity, lack of clarity in the article, in the bylaw. So now you know what it is.
Kelly Beatty here for Chelmsford TeleMedia. You get a sense of the intricacies of zoning bylaws and why it takes a special dedication on the part of the planning board and the zoning board of appeals and so forth, specialized knowledge to understand the nuances. It wasn't really until late.
The article passes 113 in favor, 17 opposed, 2 abstentions. I will entertain a motion to adjourn the special. Second? Raise your hands, all in favor? Okay, thank you. The motion passes. Now we return to regularly scheduled town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We begin this evening with Article 10, easements for the Barica Road and River Neck Road intersection. What we're seeking here is no monetary contribution by the town. What we're seeking is authorization by the town meeting to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire temporary and permanent easements for the proposed reconstruction of the intersection of Billerica Road and River Neck Road. This is a $5 million road reconstruction project. The good news is it's not coming from the town's pockets, it's coming from the state transportation funds. And what we have here, and you can't read it because it's just to demonstrate to you the long, detailed list of temporary and permanent easements that we've identified. And basically what it comes down to is this plan right here that's shown the reconfiguration of River Neck Road, which is the top spur in the center, and then Billerica Road on the right. And now I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant Public Works Director, Steve Yonley, who can explain to you what's taking place with this $5 million road construction project.
I think so.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. As some people may know or may not know, this project came to life early in 2015. We decided to put this project forward through this program at Mass DOT called the TIP program, Transportation Improvement Projects. Because of the size of this project, obviously we could not fund this locally, so you go to the state and they fund. How it works is they fund the construction, the town funds the design. What this project is, it goes from the traffic signal at Billerica Road, Golden Cove, and Turnpike Road all the way down to just past Industrial Drive where Community Tree is located. The project entails widening for bike lanes, for sidewalks, replacement of the culvert that is there on River Meadow Brook, as well as teeing up the intersection. If you're familiar with the intersection of River Neck and Billerica Road, it is very, very wide. There's some rumble strips for traffic control that don't really control anything. It's kind of moving around the entrance into the cemetery a little bit, so people can't sort of go straight at 45 miles an hour into the cemetery off of Billerica Road. Sidewalks continue up River Neck Road for the limits of the project. There's also drainage improvements throughout the corridor for the whole limits, as well as a signalized crosswalk down by the Industrial Ave intersection.
Thank you. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends approval of Article 10.
Does the Board of Selectmen have a recommendation?
Board of Selectmen unanimously approve Article 10.
Okay. Any questions or comments? There being none, we will now vote on Article 10. This requires a 2/3 vote. Oh, wait a second. Nancy, do you want to say something? Apparently she does not, or she does. Okay.
Mr. Moderator, through you to the speaker. Steve, I can't read this stuff. And what it's saying to me is that this is authorizing the town to take private property by eminent domain. So I think it would be useful if you at least communicated to us, whose property are you taking?
Well, it's taking easement, so it's not necessarily taking the property, it's just giving us the rights. As you know, on planning board, there's drainage easements and things like that. So on this particular project, on the final design plans that were just recently submitted to DOT, there's approximately 30 easements. More than half of them, or roughly half of them, are either on town of Chelmsford property or Chelmsford Water District property. So that cuts it in half. There's a few private residents going up Riverneck Road. There's privately held property along Billerica Road that would require temporary easements just for construction. So like, regrading the lawn, so reseeding, reshaping the driveway a little bit. So at the end of construction, those easements go away. There are a few permanent easements, mainly for utility relocation, or some also cover utilities that have been placed through the years, either a pole, overhead wire, or water main. Some of those easements are just encompassing utilities that are already there.
So in addition to the easements, does this require taking any private land?
It just easement.
Permanently?
Nope, we are not taking property, just easement on the property.
Thank you. Now, does anybody have any questions or discussion? There being none, I believe, we will now vote on Article 10, and this requires a 2/3 vote.
For those of you who are familiar with this intersection, the Billerica Road and Riverneck Road is a nasty little intersection that gets especially clogged around rush hours. And so much like the improvement in Parkhurst Road, where Smith Street comes in a few years ago, this could be a big help in alleviating traffic problems and improving safety along that stretch.
Article passes 128 in favor, 5 opposed, no abstentions. Mr. Manager? Point of order? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm inept.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The next two articles, Article 11 and 12, are interrelated. Basically, it's what town meeting will be asked to do with the remainder of free cash that remains at this point in time, and that amount is $767,880. It changed from Monday evening session because the town did not pass Article 5, so we take that $55,000 and add it into the lump sum, and that makes the $712,880 to $767,880. What I'd ask the town meeting to do would be, and this was a request that came from the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen were asked following the last town meeting in the fall a year ago, could you place 2 articles on the warrant regarding the town's free cash? One, to use it to reduce the property tax levy, and the second one, to use it to transfer funds to the stabilization fund. So that's what we've done, but it sort of becomes a question of which one goes first. So what the selectmen have asked, and what I'll ask town meeting to do, was if we could pass over Article 10 to go, Article 11 to go to 12, and then depending upon the action of 12, if there's no funding left, we'll move on. If not, we'll go back to Article 11. So with that, Mr. Moderator, I would ask submit a motion to pass over Article 11 to go to Article 12 at this time.
We have a motion. Mr. Rugazio?
I left the motion with you to...
Right, but that has to do with Article 12, right?
Has to do with Article 11.
No, I think that
It's
the article we have
11,
says
sir.
Article 12.
No, it was I gave you 2 motions. One to take Article 11 and assign $500,000 to current year taxes, and the second was Article 12 was to reduce it to $212,880 at that time. Those were the two motions that I gave you.
Right, but, well, Mr. Manager, if you'll explain the rationale for...
Well, point of order, Mr. Moderator. As the sponsor of Article 11, I've not put a motion on the floor, and therefore I don't know how you amend a motion when there's no motion on the floor.
Well, it's in the town warrant.
Mr. Ragazio, his point is well taken. The issue is this, that if we vote on 11 before we vote on 12, it's backwards. We have to vote on 12, which includes your amendment on 12. Then we go back to to Article 11.
Then how come we had previous articles allocating free cash to certain things? We've already had articles allocating, part of the free cash, before this.
Right, but you have an amendment to the stabilization fund, which would free up the money for the free cash. If you don't do trust me on this one, Paul. This is to address exactly what you want it to address, but it's doing it the way that it makes the most sense logistically.
I hope I can trust you, okay? And I hope that we allocate $500,000 to the current reduction.
Wait, we're not there yet, but the way that we're going to do it, this gives you an opportunity to argue that motion so that when we get to back to 11, we will know what the number should be for that.
Okay, I just hope everybody understands what I'm requesting.
Right, no.
Okay,
they will soon. I understand what you're requesting, and I think the whole town meeting will momentarily. Yes.
Hi, Ginger Scoot, Precinct 6, I think. I don't know, 6. That's what happens when you move. I'd like to make a motion to take the articles out of order and do Article 11 first.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. I don't know if it's on the.
Show of hands, show a ticket.
We'll just do it by hands. All in favor, raise your hands. If you, I'd have to double check, but I don't. Do you want to debate it? Yes. Okay.
Scott Davidson, Precinct 3. Just a point of clarification, if the intent was to have Article 12 before Article 11, then why was the warrant published with Article 12 after Article 11?
Because at the time we prepared the fall annual town meeting warrant, we didn't know what kind of money we had available. So the question goes, we didn't know what we were going to recommend under 11 and what we were going to recommend under 12. I guess perhaps if we had to do it over again, we would have switched it, but it wasn't ruled out of line that we could have had action on both articles. But what we have here in this instance is there's no recommended action under 11 by the town manager, the board of selectmen, or the finance committee. So therefore, out of respect for Mr. Ragazio's effort, I thought it'd be better to let's take up the stabilization fund. The debate and discussion are going to parallel it. And then again, depending on what happens to that, we either go back or we move on. But that was the reason.
Glenn Thorne, Precinct 5. What is the motion that we're voting on now?
We're voting on to take Article 12 before Article 11.
Thank you.
Okay? So we'll just do it by hand unless it appears to be too close, because I don't think we have it in the system. All in favor of taking Article 12 before Article 11, raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 12, as now amended as a result of the actions on Monday night, would be to transfer the sum of $767,880 from free cash to the General Stabilization Fund. So explain the rationale, why are we recommending this course of action? Right now, our stabilization fund has a balance of $9.7 million. Our fiscal year 2019 operating budget, the budget that we're in right now, is $132 million. Therefore, our stabilization fund as a percentage of the town budget is roughly 7.3%. Our goal and target and guideline for the community is 7.5%. So we're slightly under. terms of what we have, and again, the number is 767,880, because again, we contemplate, we prepare the slides that all items would be funded as per the motions. You may recall, and why we're taking this action, you may recall at the spring annual town meeting, we transferred out of the stabilization fund $180,000, and that was to address a number of issues from last winter's snow and ice season and unexpected expenditures that dealt with the then fiscal year 18 operating budget. We also, at the spring annual town meeting, addressed the issue of keeping the fire station open, and the funding mechanism that was undertaken in that article was to reduce the town's reserve fund, which in recent years has been set at $400,000, to reduce it by $245,000 to a current amount of $155,000. So that, and then the final thing is we still have a collective bargaining agreement outstanding, which would have to be refunded from prior fiscal years. We're actually having that arbitration hearing tomorrow. We don't know the dollar amount of that. So roughly, we've got $250,000 in my mind of in play in terms of how to go forward at this time. To put it in perspective, it's not unheard of to put funds aside for reserves. You may have read recently the state legislature and the governor, they had a $2 billion budget surplus over the $42 billion state budget. They basically put that into the state's rainy day fund. So that's what we're in essence we're seeking to do here. Our rainy day fund is the stabilization fund. As you know, we've heard a few things. In the beginning of the session on Monday evening, the town manager, finance director gave his financial forecast. He projected a tight budgetary scenario in which it actually showed deficits in the foreseeable future because of the situation of lack of state aid and rising fixed costs such as health insurance and so forth. And so in an era of tight deficits, in what we're still in sort of a period of peak economic times, of which, everyone's sort of wondering what's going to happen in terms of the natural cycles of ebbs and flows of the economic cycle. We believe, and I believe as sponsor of this article, that we ought to take the funds aside to put it into the rainy day fund to meet those challenges. And hearing from the town accountant earlier this week with the first quarter revenues for the community, we're not seeing anything that demonstrates continued extraordinary revenue growth. And so, again, we sort of hold the opinion that we sort of may have hit the peak or slightly past the peak now of this economic revitalization that we all remember when we came out of the 2008 recession. And then the last reason why I'd ask you to put the funds in the stabilization fund, we have some critical infrastructure needs in this community. You heard the last session a reference to the study that the school department made regarding a $200,000 examination of all the school infrastructure. There was a report at the school committee meeting 2 nights ago from the superintendent of schools, and he's taken the results of that Dore-Whittier study, the economic conditions of the school's infrastructure, and his proposed plan over the next 10 years starts out with a requested investment of $1.77 million in school infrastructure for fiscal year 2020, i.e. that the plan that they have now that may come for consideration next April shows $1.77 million just for the school's facilities alone. And recall, our capital budget altogether for the community has been $3 million roughly over the last few years. So again, you've also got to weigh in the IT infrastructure, fire apparatus, DPW, sidewalks, equipment. We know we have to replace the town office's roof and so forth. And so much like we've seen in our neighboring communities, I'd like to put the balance of funds that we have available into the town stabilization fund so that, again, to give us that ability as a cushion and also to meet one-time infrastructure needs that will come in the years ahead. So thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends approval of Article 12.
Board of Selectmen have a recommendation.
Board of Selectmen unanimously endorses Article 12.
Now, there is an amendment that has been filed by Mr. Regazio.
Mr. Regazio, Precinct 7. Again, my amendment is to the objective of it is to move 500,000 into the current year tax revenue, so that relieve our taxpayers of about $500,000 of monies. I would rather the money be in the resident's pocket, rather than in the town's pocket. Again, a $9 or $10 million stabilization fund, I think, is more than adequate. There's always problems in the future we can think about, but today is today. And again, I'm thinking a $10 million stabilization fund. And again, the stabilization fund, with the current interest rates going up at 2 to 3%, the $10 million is going to earn $300,000 in the next year. I'm still suggesting we put roughly 200,000 into the stabilization fund, so the stabilization fund will be about 500,000 higher than it is right now. And I suggest that the 500,000 be allocated or addressed to current year taxes. Our tax bills are going up every year, $200. So I suggest that if we have surplus funds from the past year, let's use it, let's return it to the taxpayer. Again, it's not a significant amount of money by the taxpayers with a $100 million tax levy. 500,000 is about 0.5%. So if you have a $6,000, $7,000 tax bill, you're going to save about $35. It's not a lot of money, but I'd rather the money be in the individual taxpayers than in the town coffers. And again, that's a fund that the town can dig into, and I would rather the money be with, the people. So please vote for the amendment. So the amendment's
on the screen, and it would be to transfer $267,880 from free cash as opposed to the $700,000 figure.
I asked all of the town meeting members to vote for this. Please, thank you.
Okay. I don't know. Has the Finance Committee had an opportunity to weigh in on that? Do you have a recommendation?
The Finance Committee has not had an opportunity to weigh in on the amended article. However, it has been our policy to oppose such articles in the past.
Okay. And does the Board of Selectmen have a recommendation?
We have not had the opportunity to investigate it.
Okay. Now's the opportunity for people to inquire or discuss.
From an inquiry perspective, I'd like to know what we're earning for interest on the stabilization fund rather than make an assumption.
I'll ask Finance Director John Souza to answer your question. John is our treasurer for the community, and he can answer your inquiry.
Mr. Moderator, answer the previous speaker's question. Generally in the plan, I have it, the plan is 2%. As I was saying on Monday night, it's been although the stock market we often follow has been very robust the last year or two, fixed income investments, which are primarily what we have in the stabilization fund, it's been a very difficult environment. Last year, we had a small loss of just under $54,000. I would say you have to be cautious with that, looking at those numbers, because the first quarter of the new fiscal year, July, August, and September, we've more than regained that figure. So they fluctuate, as we know, and people that are involved in investments would know. But generally, we plan on about 2%. We can only invest in certain categories of investments under state law. I would say the stabilization fund is invested about 10% in stocks or equities that are approved by the Commonwealth of Mass, and the vast majority is fixed income, because we have to be safe. We can't. The reason I recommend that.
John, I understand.
Yep. Yes.
Pardon my interruption, but so let's just be clear. Fixed income investment, I assume you're referring to the bond market that's seen some ups and downs in principal values as a result of the changes in the interest rates. Is that what this $54,000 loss is? Because $54,000 loss on 8, 9, 10 million, whatever the number is, means that we wiped out all our gains for whatever was safe investments plus some. I'm missing something here. If we have policies for investments that we're following that are supposed to protect this money, I find it troubling that even
Are you
somebody
asking a
like
question?
me. Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am asking a question
Okay.
because Mr. Regazio was saying, we expect you're going to earn 2 to 3% on this fund next year, and adding that couple $100,000 plus this couple $100,000 makes it, as amended, makes it still go up $500,000. And I'm trying to understand, is that a valid expectation? And that's not the question I'm posing. What I'm saying is I want to understand, how did we actually lose $54,000 on?
Yep. Mr. Moderator, to answer the speaker's question, the reason for that is as interest rates tick up, and we do have, I want to point out, I don't make all the investment decisions.
I
Yes, I
understand
will
that.
take ownership. I have ultimate responsibility as treasurer, but we have a team of professionals that look at this. And when you have fixed income investments, as interest rates go up, the value of the bond that you hold, it moves inversely and goes down. So we also have to do what's called mark to market in government accounting.
Okay.
So every month, we're going to have a gain or loss on that stabilization fund statement when we reconcile it.
That's
so
exactly the answer I
Right, so we
needed.
bring it up or down.
So those aren't realized losses, those are market
No,
value
that's
losses.
right. What we're doing is we hold our bonds to the ultimate maturity. We also, one of the things that an investment professional helps guide us on is, one of the things you want to do in a rising interest rate environment is we have a very low what's called duration, or measure of the length of the bonds, because you want to be what's called short in fixed income in this environment. You don't want to be long and be holding 15, 20-year bonds and up. So.
Okay, so thank you very much, John, and I know that we do use professional advisors. I didn't mean to imply anything whatsoever about your care of our assets. So that said, since it's mark-to-market value, that 54,000 loss isn't permanent in a sense, because we are going to hold this to duration, so it's not anything to really be that worried about, right? So I can kind of trust that long-term, Paul's assumption about growth of 2 or 3% is probably, or intermediate term, is probably realistic and reasonable to assume. I want to support this amendment because I realize, I've heard it for years and years and years now, that we have a $100 million budget, a $130 million budget, a $140 million budget. The taxpayers aren't smart enough to know when you give them $500,000 back. I disagree. The taxes in this town are getting high. I hear about it all the time. And I think that any little piece that this body has, since we represent those taxpayers, that could help those taxpayers in any way feel like we're working for them is a good thing to do. So even if I'm in a lonely little minority, I am supporting this amendment.
Good evening. Ginger Skoog, Precinct 6, Mr. Moderator, from you to Town Manager. Could you please put back up the slide you had that had the, I'm sorry, 68? The one that showed what your rationale breakdown was? Yeah, nope. That one. Thank you. Can I use my time for that, for everybody to look at that? Paul, can you just review this one more time for me? Because you did this, but then you started talking about the school stuff coming up, and I feel like I lost track of what you're really talking about here.
The free cash balance available, as was noted, is the 767,880, 712 on the screen plus the 55 that wasn't used the other evening. At spring annual town meeting, we transferred funds out of the stabilization fund. Okay. We had to deal with the then firefighter contract settlement. We had the snow and ice costs in the winter and so forth. So that was a drawdown of the stabilization fund. We also had a reduction in the reserve fund for this current year that we're in right now. We're running a $132 million operating budget. We have a reserve fund for unforeseen or extraordinary expenses right now of only $155,000. Which you can imagine is a rather small amount. So that was another reduction in terms of our financial capability for the current fiscal year, which obviously at the end of the year would go into developing the free cash for the subsequent year. We're now not going to have that cushion because we reduced that by the 245 to maintain the operations of the full fire stations. And then we have a outstanding obligation from prior fiscal years to fund the contract with the police superior officers, which will be resolved by an arbitrator and will be brought to town meeting certainly no later than April. So when you factor those numbers in, you're roughly left with a net increase of about $250,000. It's 200 there plus the 55 that was shown earlier. So again, with the target being to hit that 7.5% figure, and as was noted by a previous speaker, that balance has to increase proportionate to the increase in the town's budget to have reserves for the community to meet the extraordinary situations that are before us. So that's sort of what brings me to the recommendation of the full amount balance remaining of the $755,880 to put it into the stabilization fund for the community to provide us for that rainy day that may be ahead of us.
Okay, so given your chart here, if we use the 500 at the top and we're not gonna have anything extra before we have to start dipping into the existing stabilization fund?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jean Giada, Precinct 4. Anytime we're talking about interest rates and return on investment, what's the sound assumptions on the rate of inflation going forward? And is 2% actually above the rate of inflation?
Well, it had been, but during the past 12-month period, the rate of inflation is over 2%. I believe the federal government, for example, announced that the Social Security adjustment that will take place at the beginning of the upcoming calendar year is going to be greater than 2%. I believe it's over 2.5% for the upcoming year. So the expectation at this point is that inflation will be at a minimum of 2%. I mean, that's why the Fed keeps raising the interest rates in an effort to combat inflation while still tempering growth. So that's the expectation.
So basically you're saying that even assuming the gains that have been predicted, at best we'd be holding water without putting some more money into the investment fund.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, Paul Regazio, Precinct 7. I don't understand the numbers you have. Being a CPA, I know the numbers, and I work very easily with the numbers. My understanding was the free cash, which is in your book, at the beginning of the year is $1 million, of which...
No, it's just under that, 996.
996. You're going to call me different for $3,000.
Yeah, but no, it's roughly 996,
okay?
yeah.
Let's talk round numbers.
Okay.
We've allocated 230,000 or roughly $230,000 we've allocated, so that there's 713,000 that's left.
Well, actually,
okay,
there's 767,880 because of Article 5 failure.
Okay.
That's correct.
And what I'm asking is for 500. I don't understand what the 180 is and the 245 because
I'm trying to explain why I'm recommending the full amount into the fund.
The 245 has already been deducted from the $1 million free cash.
No, that was not from the free cash. That was from the reserve fund from this year's operating budget. When we were at Springtown meeting, when we approved the budget for the fiscal year that began last July and runs through next June, going into that meeting, the recommendation was a $400,000 reserve fund for the year. The amendment at town meeting to keep all the 5 fire stations open increased the fire department budget by $245,000. And the funding source for that was to reduce the requested reserve fund appropriation from $400,000 down to $155,000.
Yeah,
so now as we meet the challenges over the next 9 months of the fiscal year, we have $155,000 set aside to meet the unexpected items that may arise over the upcoming winter and next spring until June 30th. So therefore, when you ask me why am I recommending the full amount into the stabilization fund, it's because as we stand here, we're at an historic low of reserves with the bulk of the year ahead of us.
Yeah, but I mean, the reserve that the Finance Committee had was $400,000. We've taken, that's in this current year budget, we've taken $245 out. That's for this month, next quarter, whatever. So again, that's not, we may not need that, okay?
Or we may need more than that. We don't know.
Well, I know that. That's right. Future is unknown, as everybody knows. So again, I'm still saying that we had $1 million surplus coming from year end in June of 2018. Okay, we've spent roughly 230,000. Okay, so we have a balance of 700, or now 767, and what I'm asking is that 500 of that be applied to current year taxes, because the tax rates are going up, and again, future is unknown, I understand that. Okay, but again, you know, I'd rather the money be in the people's pockets than in the town's pocket. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Latina, Precinct 4. The 245 came out of the $400,000 reserve fund. That didn't come out of the stabilization budget. That's what you said.
Exactly. Exactly. But that's why I justify the need to put the funding of free cash into the stabilization fund, because that's the only cushion we have as a community. As we meet the unforeseen operational cost of this year, we will need, you know, more than $155,000. In fact, if you look at last spring annual town meeting, which is the second line, we needed $180,000.
Okay.
So again, my concern is not to fall behind,
But it's a little-
but to keep us at our target level.
Okay, it's a little misleading to have that as under the title of General Stabilization Fund. That 245 was money that I amended and requested out of the $400,000 that we might need to spend, that the Finance Committee has available to spend. And at the end of the year, if they don't spend any of it, I suppose we would come back and put that into our free cash and possibly put that into the free cash and put it into the stabilization fund, or possibly give it back to the taxpayers at the end of the year. Is that reasonable?
That's one
If we didn't
possibility,
spend it.
Brian. The other possibility is we could have unforeseen costs that come in front of us, and we could be drawing
sure.
deeper into the stabilization fund.
Sure.
We don't know. That's why we seek to hit that target of the 7.5% of a balance.
Okay. And when is the last time we gave taxpayer relief? In other words, we gave the taxpayers some of the free cash, which is unbudgeted money that we come across over the course of the year. The economy was really good, and we collected more. More people bought new cars, so there's fees and taxes. That's what free cash is, correct?
3 fiscal years ago, Brian. We did that 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
That's correct.
So in 3 years, as the economy got better, we haven't found a single year in the last 3 to give back any money. We always spend it or throw it into the stabilization fund.
Yeah, but to be fair, Brian, the town's free cash number, and John showed that in his slide on Monday night, we returned 0.75% of our operating budget to free cash. So again, we're running a $132 million operation. You know, you're returning less than $1 million to that fund. It shows you, demonstrates, I believe, how tight the budget is. It's not as though we've got millions of dollars we don't know what to do with. We're running a budget on the edge. And so yes, we haven't foreseen that. And I would agree, Brian. You know, I was here 10 years ago when the request came up, and we were in a dire Great Recession. And we said, we've got to help people out in these dire times. So the flip side of your argument could be, hey, if we're in a rather prosperous times with record low unemployment levels and good economic conditions, is the need as dire now, or do you sock the money away like the state's doing and other local government entities, so that when that rainy day comes, you then have that cushion when the need is the most dire? Okay. That's the two sides of the equation, and whatever the town meeting decides is the right answer.
Thank you. Thank you. 3 years ago, we gave back, I believe it was $500,000, or described here as $35 per taxpayer. We're asking for $35 back to our taxpayers as a sign of good faith that when we have extra funds, our taxpayers get to share it as well. I don't know about the rest of you, I have rainy days as well as the town has rainy days, and I need to plan for my future as well as the town. And I think over the last 3 years, good point, we put a lot of money into the stabilization fund. We didn't give any of it back to put it into my stabilization fund or my neighbor down the street's stabilization fund. In fact, at the last town meeting, you just told me that you're going to charge me about $70 additional funds that we've never done before, so that the rainwater coming off my house, running down my driveway and into the storm drain gets cleaner. It's never been clean, apparently, and I had someone scare me to death and give the impression as the last speaker that our drinking water is contaminated in our town. I don't believe it, I've been told just the opposite, but we were told that and we all voted, let's charge everybody $70 because we need a whole new department because the stormwater running down the drain in 2,500 drains in our town needs to be cleaner when it runs down the drain. $70. Well, all I'm asking is, let's make it $35. Let's give back the taxpayers in a time of where we can come up with $767,000 extra found money. That's what free cash is. It's found money. It's not part of the budget. We'd like to keep it. It's kind of like going to the cash register and having the lady behind the cash register tell me, I'll tell you what, grocery store folks would really like to just keep your change. So the $5 you gave for the $4.50 worth of stuff, we'd like to keep it because we need the money. You know what? Give me my change back. Give me $35. Give the taxpayers $35 and prove to the next people that are going to move into our newly built housing structures, 648 new units in town. Show them that the town of Chelmsford occasionally gives tax relief to people. Otherwise, they might move somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Derry, Precinct 6. I have a question, and I will readily admit I did not watch the school committee meeting this past week. You brought up the school committee meeting, and I had attended all those meetings. And I'm be honest, I haven't been watching them in the last couple of months. And I was aware from last spring when the select board said resubmit our plan to the MSBA. So I want to know, why are you talking about the money that the school department's going to need to submit it to the MSBA now at this?
I'm not speaking of an MSBA project. I'm talking the normal maintenance of the town's 7 school buildings that, as you noted, are under considerable age, that are routine maintenance. This is not for an MSBA project. This is for the maintenance of conditions and facilities that we are going to carry forward for the foreseeable future. This has nothing to do with a state school construction project.
So you're saying that there's over $1 million. How much did, you'll have to forgive me, 1.2 million?
1.77 million.
And that's with no more expansions.
That's just capital equipment.
That's
correct.
just capital.
That's capital equipment for the upcoming year, and then it goes on for the remainder of the 9 years of the plan. That's correct.
So that has nothing to do with what they're going to be asking for in the spring.
That's correct.
Well, I go along with this amendment, and I will say why. Because the last few, we bailed out the school department when we had real major problems, and then we had to give them more. And the last 2 years, it was worked into the budget to $2 million per year. And since that time, they purchased the pods, they purchased all the employees to fill the pods for full-time kindergarten, which we are not charging. And there's many towns in the area, even Carlisle charges for full-time kindergarten, in Westford. So thus, there is revenue out there that maybe we should secure. My other question to you, Paul, and you usually do a very good job at this, and I didn't hear the figure. You usually, when you do the snow account, you usually up it from the previous year. How much over last year's did you allow for this year?
I believe we moved the snow budget up by about, Darlene's going to get you the exact figure. We did account for that because, again, the difficulty communities have had and the state has had of getting contractors to perform snow and ice work. We did make an adjustment in the operating budget for the spring annual town meeting by So we went up $200,000 in snow and ice to reflect the actual costs of what's going on, and we exceeded it last winter. Because what we try to do with snow and ice is do a 10-year average so that we're realistic with the costs over time as opposed to a static number. That's
well,
correct.
I thank you, because you usually do that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Johanna Shaw, Precinct 9. Can we go back to slide 67, please?
I don't have.
Thank you. So I am not a financial professional, not by a long shot, but I can do math.
Yeah.
Looking at this, it says that there's a financial policy that our target is 7.5% of the operating budget should be in the stabilization fund. I did the quick math on that. 7.5% of $132 million is $9.9 million. Transferring even all of this does not get us to that point. I trust that our financial policy was set by people who know better than me what our finances should look like. So I see no reason to entertain this amendment and not transfer the full amount. In terms of reducing the tax burden on people, yes, we are representing all of the residents, and yes, we should be trying to make that tax burden as little as possible, but I think likening this to the grocery store keeping your $5 on a $4.50 bill is grossly oversimplifying it. Because Market Basket, when they keep your 50 cents, they don't have to pay for the teachers that take care of your kids day in and day out. They don't have to pay to plow your roads to keep you safe in the winter. They don't have to pay for your police and your fire. Let's let the town have what has been set by, I assume, professionals who know what they're doing as the goal for the stabilization fund. And if we have leftover come next budget, then we can reduce how much we charge in taxes. But we also have a responsibility, aside from representing our residents in our precincts, to keep things as inexpensive for them as possible. We also have a responsibility to make sure that the town can function as it needs to.
Thank you.
Jim Clancy, Precinct 2, please start the clock. If you look at the bottom of page 1 and the bottom of page 2, you'll notice, and it's been mentioned before, that the amount that was returned to the General Stabilization Fund this year was $996,403. That has steadily gone down in the last few years. It was down another $44,000 this year. We aren't dealing with a whole lot of cushion coming back in free cash. We aren't dealing with millions of dollars going back in. And to address a previous speaker regarding Monday night, there are penalties associated with that unfunded mandate. They were about $5,000 per day, which, this is bad, which factors out to about $1.8 million per year for noncompliance. We're looking at an operating budget presented on Monday, projected out 5 years, currently operating in deficit. We're looking at aging infrastructure across the town. And we're paying for the sins of the past with $70 million in OPEB liability that was unfunded for years. I am tired of borrowing now and paying later. Please vote this down.
Thank you.
John Souza, 88 Carlisle Street, by way of disclosure, Town Finance Director. Mr. Moderator, I wanted to explain a couple of things on the stabilization transfer that's been proposed, and also explain why the town manager is talking about the reserve fund being lowered. As we all discussed, it was lowered to about $155,000. The reason he's bringing that in here is not to cloud the issue. This is about fiscal year 19 is the 12th year that I've worked with the town manager on the budgets over the years. And when we come out of the winter season, when we get into the spring and we have April, May, June, we basically have the last quarter, we have to see where we are with the budget, and we have to examine, review all of the accounts and see where we're over. And I can tell you, nobody can predict a New England winter, but more often than not, we've had some severe storms in the past, and the FEMA aid, unless it's a catastrophic storm of, say, 2.5 to 3 feet, the FEMA aid has dried up over the years. So in years past, we could always kind of count on that to help us out with the snow and ice budget. That's gone away, and hopefully we won't have any 3-foot snowstorms this year. But the reason the town manager is talking about that is when we go to balance the budget and make sure that we have enough to get through the end of the fiscal year, and we have to look at all the accounts that are in deficit, when we look at snow and ice, I can tell you $155,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to some of the overages we've had in the past. So what he's telling you, I'm going to use just different terms, what he's trying to explain to you is $155,000 is a very small percentage basis of the town's budget. So if we exhaust that in the spring, I hope we don't, but my experience tells me more often we will, our next spot to go for funding to get through the end of the fiscal year is the stabilization fund. That's the reality. So we've had issues in the past. Some speakers, I don't want to repeat, some speakers have talked about our aging buildings. We've had issues with heating, with HVAC, other building repairs, snowstorms, you name it, we've seen it. So I urge you to support the full transfer into the stabilization fund.
Thank you.
Paul Regazio, Precinct 7. I've never heard so much doomsday talking about future spending, talking about future snowstorms, and again, talking about fixing school buildings. Each year we spend $3 million for capital. I assume that in that we can fix whatever needs to be fixed. So again, all I'm saying is let's return some of the surplus money back to the taxpayers, okay? And again, if you want to, otherwise it's going to stay with the town. And again, the schedule that Mr. Cohen showed, he forgot to include the $200,000 to $300,000 of interest that's going to come into the stabilization fund. He's got all the negatives, but where's the positive of the $200,000 to $300,000 of interest that John said we were going to get? So again, please vote for this small amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anita Tanini, Precinct 4. What surplus? There is an $80 million OPEB obligation that previous generations did not fund that is now falling on all of us and future generations. Please vote this down, fully bring back the 700 some odd thousand that the town manager said, and let's move on.
Okay. There appears to be no further discussion, so we will now vote on the amendment. This amendment requires that instead of the $767,880, that roughly $270,000 would be going into the stabilization fund. It's a reduction of $500,000.
This is one of those amendments where I'm sure the town meeting reps had a pretty good idea of the way they were going to vote before anyone said anything for or against it. And as you can see from the rather dramatic sea of red there, most town meeting reps, though they might be sensitive to the notion of giving something back as a sign of good faith to the taxpayer, believe that the fiscal conservatism that town manager Cohen has
the article fails. 25 in favor, 106 opposed. So now we go back to the original article, which is to transfer $767,880. I trust there is no further discussion on this. Apparently there is not, so we will vote on the Article 12 to transfer $767,880 into the stabilization fund from free cash.
I think it's a little amusing that John Curlin has shown last Monday and tonight also a kind of pragmatic side rather than sort of hewing strictly to the formalities. He sort of gauges the sense of the town meeting reps and is speaking accordingly. So now we'll probably go back to Article 11. In fact, Article 11 should be made moot by this, since
the article passes 119 in favor, 12 opposed, 1 abstention. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We'll now move on to Article 13. There's no action under Article 11. Article 13 is an article to fund the reconstruction of the 9th hole green at the Chelmsford Country Club. Here we're seeking a transfer of $86,500 from the golf course enterprise free cash to reconstruct this final hole at the golf course. And again, this doesn't come from the tax levy or the town's reserve. This comes from the self-contained financial entity that is reserved for the operation of the golf course. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Assistant Town Manager Mike McCall, who's been handling this project.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. As the manager alluded, the funds for this proposed amendment article will be coming out of the enterprise fund. As most of you know, we acquired what used to be Apple Country Club several decades ago, and it's been operating as a municipal golf course, and the revenues have been going into the enterprise fund. We typically take in about $35,000 a year that's put into this fund to pay for improvements. As you may recall, if you've been over there, we improved the clubhouse several years ago, but in recent times, we haven't made any significant improvements. This past year, we made some small improvements to the first tee to help alleviate some of the golf balls that are hooking into the neighborhood homes. What we're looking to do here in working with Sterling Golf Management, who manages the course for us, is to make some improvements. Ultimately, they would like to improve the second hole as well as the ninth hole. Anyone who's gone over to golf there will know that when you first leave the clubhouse, you go out on hole number 1 and you return on hole number 9. In theory, what we would have is our 2 most aesthetically pleasing holes being number 1 that they've recently worked on, and finishing on number 9 after these improvements and coming back to the recently improved clubhouse. Kevin Osgood, who manages Sterling Golf, had gone out and solicited some quotes to help improve this particular hole. He had indicated that this is what is commonly referred to as a push-up golf course, which means they just had land years ago, they cut down the trees and made a golf course. There was no professional design or thought put into it. So what we're looking at doing is spending approximately $85,000 and utilizing the DPW to do some site work. Mr. Osgood anticipates that we would see at least a 10% increase in revenue, perhaps more. He's projecting an increase from $40,000 this year to $48,000. This is the aerial shot of both the first and the ninth hole. The first hole is at the bottommost portion of the screen, and the top is the ninth hole running from the easterly side to the westerly side. This is a topographical map, and you'll notice there's a high point in the middle of the fairways. What this does is it creates a bit of a problem. There's a slope and a runoff on the ninth hole, which makes it difficult to play. And the reason that Mr. Osgood would like to improve upon this is he believes it will create greater receipts over at the golf course, create better play, and with some of the area golf courses contemplating shutting down, as Tingsboro, as you may have read over the summer in the newspaper, he believes that he'll get increased play as he's getting increased inquiries about leagues and other play. So the idea would be to level out this area and move the hole back a little bit. This is the view from the tee box. You'll notice that you really can't see the hole or the pin very well. So the engineers have come up with this plan to move the green back, to improve the berms around the edge, put in some sand traps, and level out the field. Again, it would be $85,000 approximately coming out of the enterprise fund, no impact on the taxes, and it would improve the play over at the golf course and increase the payments back to the town. Any questions?
Well, no, actually.
I'm used to being the temporary moderator.
I think you're stepping on my toes here. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends approval of Article 13.
Does the Board of Selectmen have a recommendation?
The Board of Selectmen unanimously recommend Article 13.
Now, if anyone has any questions or discussion, please feel free.
Paul Regazio, Precinct 7. Hopefully this is my last talk. But again, I'm totally in favor of this change in the golf course because I think for those who are golfers know that that hole is very, poorly designed, and it is also dangerous. I'll explain why. Okay, the hole is 200 plus yards long, again, and it's a par 3. You're supposed to hit the golf ball the 200 plus yards, land on the green, and hopefully two-putt. The only problem is if you land the tee shot on the green is tilted away from you. So rather than hitting into the hill, you're hitting over the hill and the ball's going to bounce out. So there's probably no way of hitting a golf ball onto that green. And again, if there's a slight chance if someone wants to hit a hole in one, you will never see it. Okay? So again, the hole is long, okay? Most golfers or most weekend golfers probably won't hit the ball 200 yards, let alone straight. Okay, so again, that includes myself. So again, it is poorly designed. And let me tell you a funny story. Okay.
Look, we have a lot of work to do. I mean, funny stories are great,
yeah, this is the dangerous part, please. Okay, Go back and show the fairway with the fence on the side. If you see the fence on the side, okay, this past year when I was playing, I hit the ball my normal 150, 175 yards. I'm up alongside the fence, and as I'm going to my golf ball, looking at it, trying to find it, find out what shot I'm going to hit, a voice comes from the other side of the fence and says, "Do you want any golf balls?" And before I could even answer, about 10 golf balls get thrown over the wall towards me. So again, what's happening, because the hole is so long, 200, 210 yards, people are hitting the ball longer, but
Okay,
they're slicing.
Mr.
and the ball's
Ragazio,
going
Mr.
over the
Ragazio,
fence.
I think you've made your point,
Okay.
and
Again,
I
it's
certainly
dangerous.
hope that when you hit a hole in one, you can actually see it go in the
I
hole.
hope so. Thank you.
Tom Fall, Precinct 5. Will this cause any shutdown of the golf course at all?
It should not. The plan would be we would go out to bid in the spring, and this would be done off-season next fall, probably after the late frost when it's really not playable in the November, December timeframe. That's
Thank you.
Okay. It does not appear as though anyone else has any questions or discussion. So we will now vote on Article 13, which is to appropriate $86,500 from the Golf Course Enterprise Fund, free cash, to reconstruct the ninth hole at Chelmsford Country Club.
Because this is Kelly Beatty for Chelmsford TeleMedia, because this is an enterprise fund, it's kind of a closed box. The proceeds from the profit of the golf course go into this box, and it's used for things like this. I'm not quite sure why it requires a town meeting vote, except for the fact that it might be a capital improvement as opposed to an operational expense, which is why it had to be brought to town meeting. I hope to get a clarification on that myself, and I do hope to hit a hole-in-one there someday.
The article passes 127 in favor, 1 opposed, 3 abstentions. Mr. Manager, I think we skipped down to Article 16.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 16 is the first of the zoning articles on the fall annual town meeting warrant. This article has to do with an amendment of the town zoning bylaw pertaining to signs, but it's more commonly known as the flag provision of our zoning bylaw. And as you may recall, we had an incident this past summer regarding the display of the American flag, and in the due course of diligence from that and learning the lessons of that experience, we come back with working with town council to amend the language of our commercial zoning bylaw to prevent a recurrence of that event. So I'll turn the presentation over to our Community Development Director, Evan Belansky, to walk you through the changes. That again, the language that is changed is stricken, is a strike through, and the new language is an underline.
Thank you, and good evening again. This article should be much simpler and straightforward than the lot area zoning article. So this article, with the leadership of the Board of Selectmen and the Planning Board and Town Manager and Town Council, rights are wrong. It essentially has listened very clearly to the community values that have been expressed and eliminates any and all zoning regulation as it pertains to the display of any governmental flag. So it's very straightforward in nature. Currently, the zoning bylaw does have a provision that regulates the display of governmental flags for commercial purposes. Commercial purposes is a term that is left for interpretation to the zoning commissioner, who's in charge of enforcing the provisions of the zoning bylaw. It was this provision that the town manager mentioned that was a challenge over this past summer. And as I indicated, this amendment would remove all zoning regulations for the display of any governmental flag.
Thank you. Any questions? Any discussion? Recommendations. Thank you. Finance Committee have a recommendation.
Unanimously recommends approval of Article 16.
Does the Board of Selectmen have a recommendation?
Board of Selectmen unanimously recommend approval of Article 13.
Does the Planning Board have a recommendation?
Yes, we do. Hearings held on August 22nd and August 29th, and the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval.
Thank you. Now, any discussion or questions? There appears to be none. So this article will amend the zoning bylaw to exclude flags and insignia of any government from the definition of sign. It requires a 2/3 vote.
I'm sure you're all familiar with the Great Flag Incident earlier this year along Chelmsford Street. It made national news in some quarters, and this is obviously a situation where the town, in attempting to enforce its own bylaws, went seriously awry of the public opinion, and by this unanimous vote, the town meeting reps are fixing that.
The article passes 130 in favor, no opposition, and 1 abstention. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Moderator, the Planning Board was a sponsor of Article 17, which is the Accessory Animals to Dwellings Bylaw, or more commonly known as the Chicken Bylaw, is requesting no action under this article this evening.
Okay. Let's move on.
Article 18 is another zoning bylaw amendment sponsored by the Planning Board, and this has to do with historical preservation. I'll turn the podium over to our Community Development Director, Evan Belansky.
Thank you and good evening again. So for this article, I'm going to present kind of the high-level background as to what this article intends to achieve, and I believe Planning Board member Nancy Arroway is going to join me to present some of the details and strategic provisions that are included in the proposed article. So this article is the first of its kind. It's the first dedicated zoning article that speaks to historic preservation. This concept first appeared in the 2010 master plan as a general high-level exploratory recommendation. 3 years later, in 2013, as part of the townwide historical and cultural master plan, there was a further drilling down and articulation as to the need of this idea related to a zoning article. The Chelmsford Historical Commission has indicated their support for the concept of this article. And at a high level, this article seeks to promote, encourage, and incentivize historic preservation of existing historic structures, primarily single-family and two-family structures. It does have some fairly unique provisions to accomplish those goals. For many in the room, you're aware that the community continues to have increased market demand and residential development pressure, particularly on historic structures, are very often the first ones to see that pressure. The Historical Committee is in charge of administering the demo delay bylaw, so they can speak a little bit more detail to that. But at the highest level, again, this article would introduce new zoning tools and provisions to assist the Planning Board, the Historical Commission, and neighborhoods to work with existing property owners and potential investors to save existing historic structures in exchange for some private benefits and community benefits. Nancy Arroway will provide some additional details on the bylaw.
Thank you, Evan.
This article was drafted to address the demolition of our older residential structures. We're seeing it more and more because of the demand for land for new buildings and new construction. The reality is that these older structures require a tremendous investment to bring them up to code in order to utilize them, to in any way change their use. And most developers simply don't want to put that kind of money into a property that they will only get a single-family use from. The only method we have today to prevent the demolition of these properties is the demolition bylaw that is administered by the Historical Commission. That bylaw allows a 1-year delay in permitting the demolition of the buildings. It does not and cannot prevent demolition after that one-year waiting period. So the 1 year allows a negotiation period to try to find a different solution than tear down. But when push comes to shove, we're losing our structures. We have no way as a town to subsidize these houses because they're in private ownership. So as we researched what other towns have done and what options are out there, what we identified was an incentive program as opposed to a delay or a prohibition program. This bylaw is pretty complicated. It takes up a number of pages, but I will go through a very high-level description of it. The first clause of this article simply states why we're doing it, the value that these properties have to the town, the fact that they have been identified as one of the important parts of our town, that our historical significance of the town, the agricultural significance of the town has been identified in multiple studies in the master plan, in the historical and cultural preservation plan as being important to the people that live here. Evan, can you click? 149 is actually a rewrite of what had previously been contained in 195-13. So the conversion of residential dwellings from a single family to a two-family has been permitted for a very long time. This does put some extra restrictions on it, and it puts some extra leniencies on it. One of the extra restrictions is a minimum size for each of the units. Next. 150 is an entirely new concept, and this allows an extra dwelling unit to be added to these structures. However, in order to qualify for this extra bonus, the owner has to give back. And what they have to give back is to put the property under restrictive covenants managed by the Chelmsford Historic Commission. So basically, in order to get this bonus, they have to maintain the property, and it's typically for a term of 30 years. So it comes with a lot of conditions and restrictions. Some of the things it does allow smaller than standard lot sizes. It also requires that it meets minimum parking requirements for the number of units in it, and the parking cannot be in the front yard, so these lots have to be of some substantial size in order to qualify. It also allows that a detached accessory structure can also be used for additional units, but in this case, it cannot qualify with a lot size that is less than required for that zoning area. So in order to use the extra bonus units in an accessory structure, they have to have a conforming lot size. Next. The next 151 allows, as an alternative, splitting a lot in order to maintain the historic structure, but get an additional buildable lot out of it. Again, this requires that the original structure be placed under restrictive covenants to maintain the exterior of the structure. 152 requires that all of these requirements, other than 149, requires special permits through the planning board. So they all have to be reviewed, and they have to be reviewed for all of the conditions that are stated.
Keep going.
155. Okay, I got those backwards. 152 is basically what the role of the Historical Commission. These leniencies can only be allotted if the Historic Commission deems that the property is of historic significance, that it should indeed be maintained because of its historic significance, and it details the types of things that they would control in a covenant. And 155 then identifies the responsibilities for special permits and authorities. 156 is the general verbiage that says this overrides other sections. The next sheet that you'll see is modification of the use tables that that identifies the zoning districts that can utilize this, which is basically all of the residential areas. The reason this is not applicable to other areas is that the COID would permit it in those areas already. The next sheet is the deletion of the original -13 conversion of dwellings.
Thank you.
Just want to add that if, in the event that the main article does not pass, the planning board would request that the deletion of the existing 195.13 not be deleted.
Well, if the article doesn't pass, then the deletion doesn't pass either.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. Ms. Arroway, there is an amendment that you may find to be a friendly amendment. So it's been presented to the chairman. But he wanted to run it by you. So, in the spirit of trying to resolve this quickly, while they're doing that, I will ask: does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends approval of Article 18.
Board of Selectmen have a recommendation.
Board of Selectmen unanimously approves Article 18.
And does the Planning Board have a recommendation?
Yes, we do. We had hearings on this on August 22nd, continued August 29th to September 12th, at which point we voted unanimously to recommend.
Okay. I just want to see if we have a friendly amendment here. Okay, so we have a friendly amendment, and Mr. Hanson, why don't you just tell the people, and we can put that on the screen, right?
Right. So certainly, Matt Hanson, Precinct 1, certainly in favor of the article. I think this is a really smart and well-thought-out idea. Just a clarification in two sections. We talked about preserving some historic one- and two-family properties in town, and it talks about dwelling units in a lot of the paragraph titles, but then in some of the definitions, it talks about only a single family, so somebody might construe that as you can also do it with a two-family, but certainly, if you can turn a single family potentially into a three-family, if it meets all the other criteria, you should also be able to turn your two-family into a three-family. So it's really just a clarification. But other than that, I'm very, very much in favor of the article.
So the article that, since this is a friendly amendment, the article that will be presented to you does indicate that not only can a single family be converted into a three-family, but a two-family could be converted into a three-family under this zoning bylaw change. Does anybody have any questions?
Brian Latina, Precinct 4. How many homes in Chelmsford fall into the category that you're defining our new zoning here? Obviously, there's been some research.
I don't have an exact number because not all of our historic structures have been evaluated and classified at this time. I believe the number is somewhere in the range of 1,500, more or less.
1,500 homes in Chelmsford might be, that are
Might be able to
single-family?
qualify based on age.
Might this encourage people to redevelop 1,500 homes in Chelmsford to 2 and possibly 3-family houses as a consequence of us encouraging this?
It certainly could encourage individual owners or developers to salvage these properties by converting them into more than one living unit.
Okay.
And we expect that it will.
Okay. And what towns around us, I'm sure there's some that have this bylaw and we borrowed it from someone. Westford, Billerica, what towns?
The towns that I did research on included Littleton, Westford, Andover, Bedford, Lexington, basically the old towns.
Kind of the high-end towns?
Yeah, the old high-end towns that are facing the same kind of a problem.
Okay. And their experience, we're just jumping into something here, their experience is conversions happened, or do we know?
Some conversions happened.
Is this, would the 101 Mill Road house, I was on a committee for 2 years looking at that home and it didn't sell, would that house probably become a 2 or 3 family house based on this
It
bylaw?
certainly could be. I would, no? Okay.
If I may, Mr. Moderator, that is going out to RFP, and there is a restrictive covenant on that limiting it to a 1 or 2 family home, so it would not be impacted by this.
Limiting it to 1 or 2 family home?
Yes, if you want to read the RFP documents, they're available online, but that's how this has been offered. Initially, there was a restriction. This is now a covenant to limit it to a 1 or 2 family home.
The zoning in there would allow it to be 2 family?
I believe it's, do you recall it?
Yeah, the house predates 1938. So under existing zoning, that structure would be allowed to convert to a 2-family via special permit, which is one of the relocation provisions in this article.
This wasn't designed for that home in particular, it was as an idea? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Carter, Precinct 5. So when we did the demolition delay bylaw, there was discussion that it would include some of the homes, like, say, in the Westlands, the old bungalow style. If you had an older home that met the 75-year setback, you could put 3 units regardless of your lot size on that piece of property?
There's several things that limit whether small houses on small properties could comply. One of those limitations is that the lot has to be at least 50% of what is required for that zoning landmass, for what is required for that zoning area. Another requirement is the size of the units, the floor space of the units. So if you had a bungalow that had 3,000 square feet, what's the Westlands? RB or RC? RB?
I think so.
Okay. So it would have to have a half-acre lot and a 3,000, well, not a 3,000, 2,700 square foot, I think, house in order to put 3 units in it. So, I mean, there's limitations in there, but they're not, you know, they're built into the requirements.
Oh, okay. Another question I had was on, you talk about a restrictive covenant. How long is that restrictive covenant? Is it 30 years or is it in perpetuity?
The restrictive covenants are not permitted to be in perpetuity. There are state programs that can be put in perpetuity, but this particular bylaw is written to accept the covenant to the Historic Commission that is limited to 30 years.
So that is only in terms of the historic value of the exterior of the building that's under the covenant. Does the 3-unit usage expire in 30 years, or is it only the restrictive covenant on the appearance of the building?
It's the restrictive covenant on the appearance of the building.
Okay. And then it was slide number 90. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong one. I had notes as I was going. There was, when you talked about the individual lots, there was, oh, here it is. Slide number 88. I didn't understand, that was 195, 151B. The resulting lot contains not less than 50% of the lot area, that's understandable, with no dimension less than 75 feet being included in the calculation of area. What does that mean? I mean, you could have a dimension of going along a stone wall of 27 feet and then a minor bend and it's another 37 feet and it keeps going. I didn't understand the 75 feet.
Okay. The intention was that that is a 75-foot cross-section.
That's not what it says at all.
Then we probably need to amend it on the floor.
I'm not going to do it. Somebody else has to. Okay. And then the other question I had for you is on slide, the one about where they had to maintain the property. What provisions do we have for enforcing it? We let them get 3 units, they rent it out, and they become a slumlord, and they don't maintain the property. What recourse does the town, but more importantly, the neighborhood have to protect that from happening?
Well, I guess we have as much power to protect these properties from being not taken care of as we do any of our neighbors' properties from being not taken care of. So,
except that it's a special permit requirement. So I'm saying, so if I'm a neighbor and my neighbor has 3 units and went through the whole special permit, promised it was going to look nice, they were going to have a fence, they were going to screen their parking, and then they don't do it, what is the recourse?
the properties are under restrictive covenants to the Historic Commission.
So who enforces them is what I'm saying. Who enforces the conditions if they get extra
Yeah.
units and parking?
Because I can't.
So this is the answer is just a general zoning answer. The special permit would be enforced by the zoning officer, just like any other planning board special permit decision with conditions. The local historic covenant would be enforced by the historical commission. So there'd be two avenues of enforcement, one for the exterior and then one for the interior via the special permit.
Okay, comment instead of question. I think 3 units is too much, especially in a small neighborhood. We have properties both in North Chelmsford, the Westlands area, but also right in the center, where a lot of the land has been cut out around some of the larger old Victorians, and I know they're not all Victorians, I forget what the other names are, but I think 3 is a lot, particularly if somebody has a detached barn, to be able to have 6 units on some of those lots. And I'm just not sure it's fair to the neighbors who feel like they're living next to an old historic house to all of a sudden see the yard area covered with parking spaces because they've subdivided and now they have 3 condos in there. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
George Zaharoulis, Precinct 3. You indicate that we've lost many structures that have some historic value. What's that number? What's that number over a year or 2 or 3 period?
George, I don't have that number, but I would probably call on Brian behind you to offer some inputs on that.
So my other question would be is that you indicate that you can split off a lot and that the lot size would be 50% of what is the allowable lot. And then in the same article, you indicate that the setbacks can be reduced up to 50%. So that means a house will be out of character within the neighborhood if someone builds a house because it's not going to have the setbacks that the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
It would be pretty difficult to move that house such that it doesn't have the setback
I'm talking about
that was
the new lot
consistent with
created.
the neighborhood.
The new lot created. You'll be obviously creating a new lot for something to build something on. According to this, you're relaxing the setback requirements. So instead of if the side yard setback is 25 feet, now it's 12 feet. So is that what's in character or in keeping with the integrity of the neighborhood is a 50% setback reduction?
Okay. So the reason that I put forward these numbers, because I drafted this, is that we've been doing a study on the lot sizes and conforming and non-conforming lots. And what we're finding across town is that a very, very high percentage of our lots are substantially undersized to their zoning requirements. So we probably have, let's see, an RB requires a 1-acre lot. We have something a little over 20% of our RB lots that actually conform to 1 acre. We have over 50% of our RB lots that are less than half an acre. So half of our RBs today are less than is required under this bylaw. And that's the reason that you got the numbers you got.
Okay. So how many of those units in RB and RA are 3 families or more? If you're saying, okay, we have undersized lots, okay, I'll give you that. How many are 3 families or more?
Very few.
Very few. So you can stop my clock. I'm in opposition to this article. The article states that the purpose and intent is to maintain character of the historic areas of Chelmsford while maintaining the integrity of the residential neighborhoods in which they exist. The bylaw does not maintain the character and integrity of the single-family zone neighborhoods. The bylaw will allow property owners to convert single-family homes to 3-family dwellings. If the home has a barn or a carriage house, you can add another 3 families for a total of 6 families. How is this in keeping with the character and integrity of the neighborhood? We already have a demolition delay bylaw in place. Delays the demolition of the structures that were put in place so the commission can work with the property owners and try to preserve the property if there is a significance. The article goes further to reduce setbacks, lot area requirements, and opens the door to subdivide property to create buildable lot on a lot that is up to 50% reduction of what is required for that zone. This creates more density, thus not keeping with the character and integrity of the neighborhood. The number of vehicle trips of vehicles with a 6-family will be much greater than what a normal single or 2-family home would have, thus creating another threat to a single-family neighborhood. Single-family homes are primarily owner-occupied. Allowing someone to convert a single-family home to 6 units will not be owner-occupied, but owned by an investor, thus creating a threat to integrity and character of the neighborhood. 195.13 should remain where it is, as 195.13. Because not all homes that are 80 years old are considered historic. So it should remain there. It does give people the opportunity that has an old home, which we know are more difficult to repair, an opportunity to at least convert that to a 2-family home. So don't get me wrong. The history of Chelmsford is important. But in my opinion, protecting neighborhoods' integrity and character should take a greater importance. And there are too many threats to integrity and character of the neighborhoods in this article. Please join me to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brian Stripp, 90 High Street, also a member of the Chelmsford Historical Commission. I will say that after further discussion and a lot of other input from members, we were in unanimous support of this article, and I would have to say now we are not. I agree with the intent, but there is really no control. And speaking to the other person's question, the Historical Commission would have authority to maintain or oversee these covenants. But to be honest, we don't have any teeth. We have nothing in place to enforce anything. That needs to change. Our commission needs to have more control and more authority and be able to enforce these things, or we're not going to get anywhere. At this moment, I see this really as a bailout of these properties that didn't or shouldn't keep up their maintenance, and as a windfall for a builder or a developer. On the surface, it sounds wonderful, but look at the reality. In Lowell, Lawrence, other surrounding towns, they get sold, carved into multiple units, and the next thing you see is the pressure-treated fire escape on the side of the building. Over time, the building is stripped of its charm to make maintenance easier, falls into disrepair, because the landlord wants to maximize profit, and the neighborhood slips away, and we lose the building anyway. I moved to Chelmsford into High Street to be in the neighborhood and the setting I wanted. Why should we, who came here for that reason, be penalized? Why should we, all the families on Bartlett Street, Billerica Road, Boston Road, Bridge Street, High Street, Littleton Road, Main Street, School Street, Stedman Street, Washington Street, Westford Street, Worthen Street, Wright Street, and any other street with properties affected by and being penalized by the zoning change, why should we have to pay that price? I, for one, do not want to be living across the street from or next door to a 6-family unit. The Historical Commission needs broad and enforceable control of this if it's to have any chance to succeed, and under this version, it does not. I ask that this be voted down tonight and be reintroduced at Spring TM after this has been reworked to give the town better control over those who would rather ask forgiveness after it's too late than ask permission beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's me again. Hi, Ginger Skoog, Precinct 6, 4 Dalton Road. I have a couple of questions and then a comment. On slide 87, in item H of Article 19550, you have a reference to 19513 that if you delete 19513 is a problem.
Excuse me?
Yes.
That's a reference to 195-113.
I'm sorry. And what's the one year? Oh, never mind.
They're different.
Okay, cool. So, second point. My second question was for how does the part of the Article 152 affect existing historic home owners? Is this added burden on them, or is it additional, or is it just within the same character of advice that the Historical Commission has already been giving?
No, 152 are restrictions that would have to be placed on the property in order to qualify to have a 2-3 family.
Okay.
So it's the give back, the give and take.
Sure. So I'll make my comments quick so you don't have to start your clock. I have to echo the sentiments of the speaker before me. As somebody who lives across the road from several houses that are within the historic district, that probably have enough land to begin dividing on these things. I really have a hard time believing that this article supports maintaining the character of our historic district. We're already seeing lots getting split where there is just no reasonable reason why a house should be being able to be put on that lot in that particular location. If your intent is to maintain the character of our historical district, please vote this down until it can be further discussed, further looked at, and honed so that it's not opening the door to further diluting our historic district and can actually add some value to owning a historic home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Dandera, Precinct 9. Just a quick question. If I understand it correctly, 195.13 is already in effect and allows a single family to be converted to a two-family. Of the roughly 1,500 historic dwellings, how many have done that conversion?
I don't know that number.
Okay. And do we know the number of those 1,500, how many have been demolished? As I understand it, this is something to help prevent that.
That's a question I would ask of Brian, if he could answer it, please. In terms of what rate of demolition are we seeing? I don't know.
Brian, do you know how many have been demolished? That's the question that's before the presenter, and she deferred to you. Okay, thank you. There is no number that they have.
Thank you.
So there is none that have been demolished?
No, that's not what they said. They said they don't have a number.
Okay. Because yeah. All right.
Okay, anyone else?
Brian Latina, Precinct 4. There was a house on, it was either 278 or 282 Mill Road that was considered historic, and it was in great disrepair. They tore it out and made a parking lot for the project on Mill Road that's now been built, and we'll be asked to possibly rezone that tonight. The other homes in our town that are now at risk if we pass this, and I'm hearing the number, turn the clock on, is 1,500. 1,500. The unintended consequences of this scare me to death, being in Chelmsford and having traveled all over the country and seeing exactly what you're risking our town to look like. Princeton, New Jersey comes to mind. Traveled there a couple of years ago. Lots of two-family in these beautiful homes. Lots of college kids are now able to live there in those beautiful homes that were once people of quite historic reference. I hesitate to think that this charming possibility would happen over at 101 Mill Road. That home has been we've tried to sell it through normal channels. Sam Adams' ancestors were in that home. You've heard us talk about that. We spent 2 years studying and working on that project. 1,500 homes seems like a lot of project work for the Historic Commission to protect. I'd hate to see that happen. This, to me, is a developer's coup. This will make those homes very valuable to the developers for the purposes of making some money for themselves and putting a whole bunch more families in our area. The Turnpike Road project was supposed to develop industry buildings into the red brick buildings that we had over there. The unintended consequences are the first project is 168 units. The second project is 15 units on a 30,000 square foot lot. The third project is splitting a lot in a very dangerous corner intersection. Now, we did build some projects over there, but we strip mined 9 acres. That wasn't the intention. It wasn't to wipe out a forest. It was to get more industry in town. And now we have 1,100 more cars about to come onto Turnpike. Another project in that same district, unintended consequence of us changing something that we didn't quite think about, is the last forest in that same area going to be strip mined and put a little restaurant there. So we're going to get one industry out of all the ones that we expected, and we're going to get 168 new residential units.
Right, but how does that impact on the historic aspect thing here?
Unintended consequences in that area is the point. We're changing a bylaw and very complicated.
No, I understand, but I think you're going too far afield. So just, you're doing okay, but now you're going astray. Go ahead.
Okay. Normally during debate, sometimes you have to take the.
I understand, and my job is to get you back on track.
Okay. I'd hate to see this happen in the center. Those are where a lot of the historic homes are. We did convert one on the corner, kind of a spot zone. We tore another one down across from St. Mary's. We changed one into a commercial project. Looks nice, but it's not what it was. I prefer to have single families in these homes. And I think the people that live in these places appreciate the home. Drive down 133 in Lowell, you'll see what historic houses look like when the families live in them, one family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Sillings, Precinct 7. One thing occurred to me when I was listening. Maybe 5 years ago or so, in North Road, north of the Turnpike, they wanted to take a building and put there that was near the library. But the town didn't allow that. My question is, would this change now would have allowed them to build that building? Does anybody remember that issue?
You have more history on that.
I think you're referring to the relocation of the Dutton House?
Yep, yes.
So that was similar to 101 Mill Road. That was a town-owned piece of property that was RFP'd for a very specific purpose, to relocate it as a single family or a two-family, not directly connected to this article.
So, well, I was just wondering whether now it would be automatic that they'd get permission.
Not for new construction unless they have an existing historic structure.
Okay.
So I guess the Dutton House scenario could be one of many scenarios that could be applied.
Okay. Question 2, how much money the town expect to get per house, per unit? Do you have any estimates of what it's going to cost us, or are we going to get more money?
I'm sorry, could you explain that question?
Well, I would
In
thought
terms
there
of
was
taxes?
there would be taxes, right? Tax money.
Can I refer it to somebody in finance?
Yeah, I'm not sure that this is a tax revenue issue.
This is a zoning issue. It's not tax-based.
Why not? It should be some analysis.
Well, I think your question is really too hypothetical. There are just too many different variables for there to be a definitive response. You would have to know how many units are going to be built. You would have to know how many properties are involved, and you would have to know what the increased value would be. I think it's just too speculative, and I'm going to just rule it out of order, but thank you.
So you're saying they don't know any of those on the people that planned, and you don't care about that?
No, that's not what they're saying. They're just saying that it's unable to be determined.
Hi, Matt Hansen, Precinct 1. Just one or two last comments. I think I can, obviously tell where the discussion is going in here, but just in sort of in defense of, I think, the intent of the bylaw, I just wanted to clarify that I hope, if this doesn't pass tonight, you might rework it with some of the comments. It seems like the three-family aspect isn't, obviously very popular, but I did just want to clarify the intent of this right now, turning a single family into a two-family, if it meets the requirements, is just by right. This actually removes that and makes it a lot more stringent and restrictive. So I think the intent of this, as I read it, was this is really for historically significant homes, not all 1,500 homes that meet that age requirement. But it seems like that maybe isn't clear enough for everyone. So if you can maybe rework it in the future so that's more clear, I think that would really help all of us here, because I think that is really the intent of this. So just thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, we will vote on the article with the friendly amendment. This requires a 2/3 vote. So an affirmative vote would be to change the bylaw from what it is to what this proposal is.
I think you're seeing here a really good example of how town meeting can be a sort of proof of concept for zoning bylaws in particular. It became clear that despite all the work that has been put into this rather complicated zoning change, it was not right yet. And so I think the planning board will, and the historical commission will go back to the drawing board.
The article fails. 17 in favor, 107 opposed, 3 abstentions. Mr. Manager, Article 19, or Mr. Belansky.
Sure, thank you and good evening. Article 19 is a revision to the definition of a dwelling, which is contained in the terminology section of the zoning bylaw. The specific amendment doesn't deal with how we define one or two families. It specifically deals with how we define multifamily. So that's what's shown on the slide. The existing provisions for one and two family and a sentence related to multifamily remain unchanged. So the purpose of the amendment is to expand the definition of multifamily. Right now, multifamily is defined as 3 dwelling units contained within one structure. That can either be a 3-family rental, or it could be a 3-family ownership, but they're all within one structure. They could be up and down, they could be side by side. What is being proposed is to expand that definition to allow multifamily to be within any configuration. So single units detached, so you could have three separate independent dwelling units on one lot. You could have one structure and a 2-family. So it's to expand the flexibility as to how opportunities for multifamily development can be proposed to the planning board. This would be applicable within all existing RM zoning districts, which are primarily built out, and any other zoning provision that would allow multifamily, primarily the redevelopment overlay bylaw, as well as the Route 129 overlay bylaw. On the ground, what you currently see under the current definition of multifamily, which requires a minimum of 3 units within one structure, is you'll see a 3-family or a 4-family or a 5-family rental development. In some cases, you may see 3 or more townhouses attached in one structure. By expanding the definition, what will likely occur is that more opportunities for traditional detached townhouse ownership style development will likely be proposed. Good examples of that kind of development is Stonegate on Turnpike Road, which is within an RM zoning district, as well as, I believe, Windermere, which is a 40B, but that's an example of what we expect would be likely proposals. What that reflects is in accordance with recent planning board public hearings where they review some of the projects that you've heard about this evening. There appears to be a community sentiment towards preference towards townhouse ownership, detached style development, as opposed to rental, central corridor, multi-story development. So as I indicated, this proposed amendment would expand the definition of multifamily to allow additional flexibility to allow the planning board to work with neighborhoods and developers to find housing layouts and development styles that are more appropriate with the community desires.
Thank you. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends approval of Article 19.
Board of Selectmen have a recommendation.
Board of Selectmen unanimously approve Article 18.
Does the Planning Board have a recommendation?
Yes, we do. Hearings held on August 22nd, 29th, and on September 12th, and we voted unanimously to recommend.
Thank you. This is an opportunity for discussion or questions. Mr. Zaroulis?
George Zaharoulis, Precinct 3. Evan, can you talk to what sections of 195.62A and B are in relation
Yes,
to this
I
article?
apologize. I should have mentioned that. 195, 62A and B are within the RM multifamily zoning district. A and B refer to, again, based upon the current definition where you must have 3 or more units in one structure. A and B further articulate the design of those structures, that they are to be not necessarily central corridor, but that each unit has its own dedicated front door as well as back door. So what they're trying to do with that provision is they're trying to influence that the multifamily units end up as more of a townhouse ownership style development. Over time, that has been mixed results with that. As I indicated, most of the RM zoning districts are built out. So in recent history, we haven't had any multifamily RM proposals to the planning board.
Good evening, Chris Bowman, Precinct 4. Evan, if I remember correctly, this change in terminology was associated with the historical provision bylaw.
No. So there, when the planning board was drafting the historic bylaw, this bylaw, the concept or notion of this was a dual track. It was also being discussed simultaneously. There was some desire to merge this provision with the historic preservation article that we just discussed.
That was my understanding.
Yes. What the planning board ultimately decided to do, and my recommendation, was to separate the two, because this bylaw, the multifamily amendment definition, goes well beyond just historic preservation, as I mentioned.
Right. Okay, if you would start the clock. I would just like to say that this definition for multifamily dwellings is way out of bounds. As far as RM districts go right now, so far the bylaws concerning RM districts are not being adhered to. This would give developers a field day, and I do not think the town of Chelmsford, as a residential town, wants to become a multifamily town. It is still single family. The single-family neighborhoods should stay single-family neighborhoods, and that is not what is occurring, and this will help to destroy single-family neighborhoods and the quality of life that we experience in those single-family neighborhoods. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Evan.
Yeah, Mike Razorbeck, Precinct 1. What this does is simply allows a couple of smaller split-up buildings instead of one large apartment-looking building. It does not change the number of people on the lot. It simply expands a little bit what the building could look like, and expands it in a way that I think is much more in line with the tastes and desires of most people. It certainly doesn't invite multifamily where there wouldn't be multifamily in any case.
Thank you.
Hi, Emily Antle, Precinct 2, 9 Mansfield Street, up around the corner right there. Also on the Board of Selectmen. So I live, apparently, Ken was just telling me there was just an article saying that my neighborhood is one of the top 10 in the country. We have a good mix of single family and multifamily. These are really old houses that were built to be multifamilies. So I've got a 2-decker next to me. I don't know what else to call it. In Worcester, there are 3-deckers. That's unique to Worcester, but I've got a 2-decker next to me. I've got, you know, there are colonials around the corner that were built to be 3 units. There are old Sears houses that are stuck together next to each other, duplexes. I have a really good mix in my neighborhood of singles and doubles, and there are a couple triples in there, and it's a fairly dense neighborhood. We have the lovely Varney Park. We have the goose-infested, you know, lake right there. At some point, we're going to need to do something about that. But it's a fabulous neighborhood, and it's full of kids and dogs and lovely people. And I mean, I can't say enough about my neighbors. They make it worth staying. Like they're just wonderful people, and it is so nice. And so I don't see this as ruining things, but bringing something to them. I love my mixed house neighborhood, and our lots are a little smaller. And we live a little closer together, but it's you know, I think you guys are thinking like skyscrapers or something are about to start appearing, but if you're turning historic homes into multi-units, it's going to look like my neighborhood, which is a great place to live.
Yeah,
So
this one does not apply to historic properties. It applies to all properties.
you're still going to get a nice mix of houses in a neighborhood, and you're still
No,
going to
no, I just want to make sure that you're not confusing
Okay.
anybody, because we just voted on the historic properties.
Right. So even modern ones. I mean, like you're going to get a nice mix of people in the neighborhood, and that is the best way to do this. One of the problems, one of the reasons you get less desirable areas of town is you group people by economics. You end up sticking all your 40Bs in one part, and you end up with economically disadvantaged areas. It's better to have a diverse mix of people in an area with diverse incomes and diverse backgrounds, and it makes for a healthier neighborhood with a healthier range of people in it, and it's better for your experience as a holistic person, I think. But
thank you.
Mr. Moderator, can I just clarify, because I think there's some confusion?
Pardon?
May I clarify something? I believe there's some confusion on the floor.
I'm not sure that there is.
Okay. Well, I heard you say that it pertains to all houses, or all lots.
No, I just said it's not restricted to historical. Okay. I may have misspoken.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Beth Logan, Precinct 3. I agree that there might be some confusion, and I would like the speaker, the presenter, to please make sure that he clarifies as he feels appropriate, because I believe we are only talking about RM, multifamily zoned areas.
Right, there is no confusion on that as far as I know.
As long as we're all clear.
I would, okay. Everybody happy?
Okay, any other discussion? There being none, we're going to be voting on Article 19, which requires a 2/3 vote regarding the definition of multiple family dwellings. The article passes 98 in favor, 27 opposed, 1 abstention. Mr. Manager or Mr. Belansky?
Sure, thank you. Article 20 is a map amendment, not a text-based amendment, but a map amendment. Just want to provide you some background. The map amendment refers to the Route 129 Business Amenity Overlay District, which this body adopted in October of 2016. The subject parcels are outlined in red. They're a total of 1 acre. Each of them contain ½ acre each. The background to this parcel is that in 2015, this parcel was permitted by the planning board for a 12,500 square foot owner-occupied contractor yard. Since that time, the owner has put the property up for sale. Then in 2016, as I mentioned, in October 2016, the Route 129 overlay map was adopted. What's important to note here is that this property, this 1 acre property, was in 2016 was placed in what was referred to as the commercial exclusion zone. The northern red line that abuts the large white roof is the demarcation between the commercial exclusion zone, which wraps around Mill Road and up Turnpike, whereby only multifamily is permitted within the overlay. And on the opposite side, where that large white building in the rest of the district allowed for retail and commercial development as part of the amenity overlay. So as I mentioned, this is the first parcel on Mill Road that demarcates the beginning of the commercial exclusion zone, which meant only multifamily could be built. The reason that I mentioned the history and the demarcation is that the question is likely to be asked, well, why wasn't this 1 acre originally included to allow retail and commercial opportunities within the overlay? And as I mentioned, in 2015, it was permitted as a contractor condo yard, owner occupied, and a building permit was pulled and a foundation hole was dug. That's the first reason. So the planning board was under the impression that that was going to be built in accordance with their special permit for that 12,500 square foot condo contractor yard. The second item was that the Princeton at Mill 40B was being reviewed, and there were significant traffic concerns expressed related to Lifeling's operation across the street with their vans. So those were the initial reasons why this parcel was not originally included to allow commercial and retail opportunities. Since then, as I mentioned, the property's been up for sale, and over the last 2 years, we've been engaged with the commercial broker. The commercial broker several months ago, within the last 2 months, asked to meet with us and brought to our attention that they had an interested developer who was interested in exploring retail and restaurant development on this site. We brought that to the attention of the planning board. The planning board decided to move forward with a zoning public hearing. They did at that time. They invited in the proponent. They asked the proponent to present some concept level what-if scenarios. What could be built on this site if it were rezoned to allow commercial and retail development? So the first scenario shows a 5,600 square foot single building. It could be multi-tenanted. One curb cut with a parking field off of Mill Road. Second scenario, again, these are what-if scenarios based upon zoning. Shows the building located in a different location, but a similar concept. Planning board asked the proponent to show a visual example to get a flavor for what the aesthetic and architecture may look like. And this visual provides evidence, documentation for you showing the Route 129 Business Amenity Overlay Zoning District. So, as I mentioned, the request in front of you is based upon a 3-year kind of look back from 2015, 16 adoption by this body, and now moving into the end of 18 and 19 with the implementation of the Route 129 a Business Amenity Overlay District. The specific request is to remove it from the commercial exclusion zone, which would allow this property to be rezoned to move forward with opportunities related to commercial and retail development. Any projects that would be proposed, assuming that the amendment were to pass this evening, would have to go through full planning board public hearing, a butter notification, technical reviews related to traffic, stormwater, engineering, parking, architecture, landscaping, lighting, things of that nature. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Okay, but before we get to that, does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends approval of Article 20.
And does the Board of Selectmen have a recommendation?
Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends approval of Article 20.
And does the Planning Board have a recommendation?
Well, in fact, we sponsored it. I think that counts as a recommendation.
Well, I just want it on the record. Thank you. Okay, so now's the opportunity for discussion or questions.
Brian Latina, Precinct 4. Evan, could you put up slide 47, I believe, in our book?
40, you said 47?
47.
You want to go to that? How about 97? Oh, 97.
97. Can you tell me why you're showing a picture without the buildings that are in place next to that lot?
That's the available aerial photography with our GIS system.
Okay. Can you explain to the body here what's next to that lot?
Sure. I mentioned in my presentation that there's a 108-unit Princeton at Mill rental 40B project in the cleared lot.
And we didn't have a capability of generating any kind of image for the body here to understand that that's a 40B high-density housing project on Mill Road.
I could have, but I wouldn't have been able to use the GIS to draw the red square showing highlighting the 1 acre parcel that we're talking about this evening.
Okay. You can start the clock. I'm generally amazed at our ability that we have to generate the photographs and other things when we're doing marketing for our developers that come into town and our real estate people. That project next door is 108 units. It's on top of a cliff-like structure. It has a 10% grade driveway down to that property. And if properly done and meeting the American with Disability Act, the driveway end would be crossing that property that we're trying to spot rezone now that the Lifelinks organization that was across the street has moved out. Our 129 district thought about housing, but that wasn't the primary reason for generating that overlay district. The sharp curve you see at the center bottom of the screen is Mill Road. There is a little forest there and some industry on the right-hand bottom corner that's off the map as well. But more importantly, off the top of the map is the entrance from 129 to Mill Road. It has 2 left turn bays. You're supposed to go, if you're in the right-hand left turn bay, you're supposed to go up the hill past those white buildings there. And if you're in the leftmost turn bay, you're supposed to make nearly a U-turn if you look at the circle that you'd have to make there. And you're passing by now one driveway, a second driveway where the little corner of that gray section is dead center of the chart, and 108 people trying to get up the hill, 10% grade with kids at the bottom. If you open that up to a restaurant, and I saw Starbucks as an example there, you're going to do 1 or 2 curb cuts. The next screen there, please. 1 curb cut right next to a curb cut on Elizabeth that's already there, where my son was in a handicapped van and struck by someone exiting that on Elizabeth Drive. Full-size, 15-passenger van, couldn't be seen with a guy turning left, where there's not a whole lot of industry there. And you're going to do a curb cut right next door to it. And the next screen, I think, has a different design. If you could show that one. That's 2 curb cuts. And if you look to the white side of the screen there, that's where the road is that hit my son. And on the other side of the screen is a road coming down 10% grade. Think about Turnpike Road in the wintertime. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 roads coming down with a whole lot of traffic right after a U-turn with a whole bunch of cars coming in and out. This is a redesign and spot zoning that we don't want to do. Just because we built a building there, we shouldn't rezone it without thinking about what we're doing here. So far, this is, I guess, the first commercial use of our 129 district, and what do? We have to rezone a section of it to tighten it up and make somebody's money out of a lot that was designed for a lot. I'm going to vote no on this. We shouldn't spot zone after we've made a design that hasn't yet worked. We haven't seen any major projects come into that area and rebuild the buildings that were supposed to generate more taxes for us. All we've done is build housing and encourage the housing projects to come in and increase our school costs by a tremendous amount, folks. We need to get industry in there, but we shouldn't be spot zoning in an area that was not designed for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Johanna Shaw, Precinct 9. I'm curious, we're talking about possibly a restaurant wanting to go into that spot. Restaurants have a very high failure rate. If we were to remove the commercial exclusion and that restaurant were to fail, what else does that open up to going into that space?
So a different restaurant could go in there, which is likely what would happen.
But what else could, but
sure,
removing commercial exclusion, what's the worst case scenario?
Worst case scenario, in my opinion, would be the 12,500 square foot contractor yard. Heavy trucks, 24-hour operation. That's what contractors do. They provide emergency services to whatever industry they're involved in. Heavy trucks, things of that nature.
Does it open it up to like a larger, taller structure on that small lot? I mean,
So the map amendment is not changing anything other than whether the community wants to allow retail and commercial opportunities on this 1 acre. All of the other zoning provisions related to parking, landscaping, how big of a building, how tall of a building, are all currently within the Route 129 overlay district.
okay, but I don't know all the rules for that, so I'm asking exactly
Sure.
like
So
how big of a building could go there?
Generally, a retail building in Chelmsford is 1 story.
Okay.
As I mentioned, the contractor, previously approved contractor, is a 2-story building. You could have an office building there that's 4 stories. You could have you could have a residential building that's 4 stories, almost 5 stories.
Okay. So I live on Mill Road, and my gut reaction is we don't need to build up anything else there. And when I heard that this was, start the clock. When I heard that this was a restaurant that was interested, I thought, okay, that's kind of the perfect size lot for it. And at the moment, it's an eyesore. It's a chain link fence around a pit of rocks. So a restaurant sounds nice. However, the answer of it could be a 4-story commercial building or a 4-story apartment building by removing the commercial exclusion, I don't really love that idea so much.
Right, so that's what existing zoning allows. If you want to provide an opportunity beyond existing zoning, then adopting the amendment would provide that.
Wait, existing
zoning does not allow that single-story retail restaurant.
But it does allow a 4-story building?
Yes.
In
Any office building that you see out there is underlying zoning.
So it's currently in the commercial exclusion, and that allows a 4-story office building?
For purposes of the overlay, I know it can be confusing. So the underlying zoning is industrial.
Mm-hmm.
So what you see out in the area is existing underlying zoning. Then this body approved the Route 129 overlay. For purposes of this property and making the corner around Mill Road and Turnpike, the overlay only allowed multifamily. The rest of the district, it allowed multifamily, retail, and commercial.
Right, so this part was part of that commercial exclusion, so the way it stands right now, it does not allow a 4-story office building.
It does. Underlying zoning allows for 4-story office buildings. Underlying zoning allows for industrial contractor yards. It allows for warehouse manufacturing. Everything that you see out in that 600-acre industrial park is allowed under underlying zoning.
In this small lot.
Correct. You need the
So-
minimum lot size is 1 acre.
So this amendment would then take away that option,
This
or
amendment-
this just
this
adds
amendment-
an extra
This
option?
amendment would add retail and commercial as 2 additional opportunities for consideration for development.
But nothing
What?
that's up for discussion now takes away the possibility of a larger scale building.
It does not take anything away. What we're presenting to this evening is that there is a proponent who has come to the town, met with the planning board, presented these visuals, and expressed a desire that if this amendment passes, he will likely pursue purchasing the property and then applying to the planning board to specifically build a retail restaurant building on that property.
Okay, so approving this amendment would pave the way for a small retail operation or restaurant to go in there, which would then prevent what could happen with the current zoning, which would be much larger.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Mr. Moderator, Chris Garahan, Precinct 8. I support this article. I think it's a good thing. It's going to give us a chance to do some commercial development, bring in a retail restaurant, probably a good location, gives us needed tax revenue that we need. So I see this as a good thing, and I think it's, I would recommend in favor of this article.
Thank you.
Dennis Sheehan, Precinct 4. One question. Is there, on this parcel right now, is it currently possible to put more housing in?
You can certainly fit housing on 1 acre.
Okay, because so far all we've got is housing out of this whole overlay. So
Well, that's not entirely true, but we can talk about that later.
okay, but you could put housing there now, but if we add this extra, we change the zoning, we can put retail as well, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, so there's a good chance we get something other than housing if we do this tonight.
Correct.
I would support this.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris Bowman, Precinct 4. Just a few things I would like everybody to keep in mind. One, the planning board did approve a restaurant and retail complex. It's about a 2-acre complex up on Billerica Road, a 200-seat restaurant. It has a separate intersection, so the traffic will be a whole lot better than trying to come from Route 129 onto Mill Road, where you have Elizabeth Road, you would have that road, and you have the Princeton Complex, boom, boom, boom. The traffic right there, right now, is atrocious. There are near misses every single day. Now that there are people in Princeton properties area there are people who are out walking their dogs. They nearly get hit. People who live in the area nearly get hit. As Brian indicated earlier, his son's school van did get hit. So the traffic there needs to be addressed if this does go in. And the other thing I'd like for everybody to keep in mind is one of the overriding issues for passing the BAOD was for the reuse of all the empty commercial buildings along Route 129, which is Billerica Road. So far, only one building has been filled with DCU, and all the rest of the empty buildings are still empty. So the primary purpose for the BAOD still goes wanting. And right now, everything is being done to accommodate developers who want to take down trees and groves and not enhance the area, but actually detract from it. The empty buildings are the ones that should be reused because they are there, they are sitting empty, and they would generate more tax revenue than these little projects scattered here and there. So I thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Beth Logan, Precinct 3. I want to thank whoever put this here. It's very nice, but it may encourage some people to stay too long. I used to work on Elizabeth Drive, and my choice was to bring a lunch, if I remembered or had anything at home, to eat in the cafeteria, which they slowly diminished until eventually I had no cafeteria at work, or to drive. If there was a restaurant there, and whoever opens it is smart enough to figure out that most of the people there are there in the morning and lunch, it will probably be a breakfast-lunch restaurant. I don't think you're going to see, if they're smart, traffic. You're going to see people walking so they can grab something to eat and walk back. So I actually believe that this has a good chance of reducing traffic on Mill Road because all the people on Elizabeth Drive will have some place to eat without leaving and going down 128 in either direction to go to other restaurants or to just starve. And by the way, most of the time, because it's closer, we would go to Bill Ricca and give Bill Ricca the meals tax instead of Chelmsford. Thank you.
Thank you.
Johanna Shaw, Precinct 9. I agree with what she just said. You know, it's a good spot for a restaurant. There's off the bottom right corner of that map, there's already an office park where the white buildings are. It's also offices. And then we are theoretically getting a whole bunch more on 129 right around the corner. It seems like it would be a perfect draw to keep employees in companies in those spots where they already are and bring them into 129 like we're spending all this money to do. And to address what previous speakers said about the intersection where you turn from 129 onto Mill being a problem with the 2 left turn lanes, a sign can fix that. If we put a sign up that says this lane for Mill, this lane for Elizabeth, that would solve a lot of the problem right there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Ken LaFave, Precinct 6, and a Board of Selectmen member. You can start the clock. I just wanted to use this as a really quick opportunity. Because someone says buildings are empty, that does not mean it's true. We hired a business development director. We're having a lot of success out there. Omni Way is pretty much booked up. Zoll Medical just bought all of their buildings from their landlord. So they're having a lot. I mean, that was a huge success to have them. And there's been a ton of announcements coming out on the businesses along 29 that are hiring more employees. We're getting reports every week, 65 more employees, 20 more employees. So the buildings are starting to fill up. We have 3 buildings that have 100,000 square feet each that the landlords won't break up. So that's sort of the floor we're going to probably hit until we find a big renter out there. So there is success going on out there. There are people coming there. There's a lot more foot traffic. And I think another restaurant opportunity out there would be a big success, especially right across from Zoll. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Apparently none. So we will vote on Article 20 to remove the commercial exclusion zone from 282 Mill Road and 278 Mill Road. This requires a 2/3 vote.
And it should require a 2/3 vote. These are important decisions involving the zoning of our town. You can see in the back and forth going on here the delicate balance that has to be struck between preserving the character of Chelmsford as we've all come to know it and expanding the opportunities to bring in businesses and the revenue and the tax revenue that those provide. Also in that particular area has been noted.
The article passes 117 in favor, 8 opposed, and no abstentions.
So we'll see how this develops. Maybe we'll have a nice restaurant there in the future to go over to.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 21 begins the series of 3 general bylaw amendments that are all recycling related. It's the last 3 articles on the warrant for the town meeting. The first article is a bylaw amendment regarding the retail use of single-use checkout bags. This bylaw has been adopted in many other communities you may have seen in the recent weeks, Tewksbury, Lowell, Westford, and so forth. And we're going to ask the Recycling Committee to come up and present the article this evening.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kevin Gosilla. I'm with the Chelmsford Recycling Committee. Good to see everybody here. The committee is putting forth this the single-use plastic bag reduction ordinance. Let's see. The manager here just told you that the rest of the a lot of the towns around here are doing it. Just because everybody else is doing it isn't a good reason to do things, unless it's like a really good idea, and this is. Well, I'm nervous up here, so excuse me a minute. Okay, thank you. Well, let's just start off with my slides here. We all love plastic. It does great things for us. We use it every day and everything. We all know that. But if you're as old as I am, my first job was, we used to be Demoulas before it was Market Basket, you know, and they didn't have the plastic bags, and that came in my lifetime. And we got used to using them. They're convenient. The stores switched to that because they're cheap to manufacture. But the flip side of this is they're low cost and everything. It leads to overuse. It wasn't really a good idea to start with, but we all got used to that custom. You'll see some of the numbers here. We used 2 million bags a year. This turns out to like more than a bag a day for each person. The lightweight, you see them blowing up into the trees. They blow everywhere. They get into the river. And here's the problem with the microplastics. When you see these go like by the side of the road, then you don't see them anymore. It's not like paper. Paper biodegrades. It goes to something else, right? These break down into microplastics. That's just tiny, tiny beads that you can't see, but it's still plastic, tiny particles. Animals will eat these things. Your pets can eat them. Sometimes the pets eat the whole bags, and then you've got to take them to the vet. But the microplastics, they get into the food chain, and all the animals eat them, then we eat them. One of the problems with this is they're inert, this kind of plastic. Some other kinds of plastics aren't. They can poison you in and of themselves. This won't poison you in and of itself. However, they bond with toxins that are in the environment. All that nasty stuff you read about and see on television that can cling to the plastics. You eat it, the animals eat it, you eat the animal. And there you go. Just kind of like the idea of mercury poison with the fish that you all heard about. Little less dangerous than that, but the same principle. Another reason we need this, last week we all heard enough about storm drains. And these things are a big problem with the storm drains. They get into the storm drains and clog them up. The other thing they do is when we, this is not an issue of recycling. When you put them into the recycling bin, they go up, waste management system gets these things. They clog up the line up there. They invited some of the recycling committee up for a tour. And what you could see them right there clogging up into the blades up there in Haverhill where we send our trash. They have to pull these out. They don't go into the trash stream where they're burnt. They go into a landfill, so they're there forever. And when they clog up enough, you have to shut down the line, the whole line, right through. The whole process goes down. That costs everybody who's using that system money. That costs us money. And I want to congratulate Chelmsford for doing such a good job on recycling, because one of the things that we haven't had to do is pay fines to Waste Management for putting these bags in. Lowell was paying over $12,000 a month in fines. Think of that a year. We do way better. We're good here. However, that doesn't mean we'll always be doing that good. If we start doing, and the surrounding towns have all passed these ordinances, so we're not going to start looking as good anymore when they start improving, when theirs kick in. So we could end up paying fines. And right now, we do pay for that cost of the downtime with everybody. So it's a good idea to do this regionally. Waste Management makes more money. We save money. Where they finally end up after they, it's mostly into landfills. Some of them do get burned. That's one of the reasons they have to use such hot temperatures up in the up in the incineration process. It's not like the old days. Because we use so much plastic in that, you have to use extremely high heats and you have to keep reburning the gases and all that stuff, and it gets real expensive. So what we're saying here is we just got to change our habits. You say no to the plastic bags. The retailers will not be handing these out and then passing the cost. There was never a free bag. You always paid in the overhead of the stores. They divide that cost up among us all. They can either hand out the paper bags now, or the best solution is to use reusable bags. I learned to do that quite a while ago because I was living down in Falmouth when they changed. I forgot mine twice. Once I had to pay 30 cents and once I had to pay 20 cents. And I never did it again, and I still have, when I moved, I brought those bags with me, and I still use them when I go to the stores around here. So, I mean, it's not really the money, it's the idea that I forgot, you know? And so my habits changed, and everybody did that. There's not a lot of complaints once a community changes, because we just change our habits back in, and people like doing this. The younger generation loves doing this. They don't know why we got them into this in the first place. But, so it's a really good idea. I'm talking too much. And I hope you vote for it. And thank you.
Thank you. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Majority of the Finance Committee recommends against approval of Article 21 with a vote of 4-3.
Does the Board of Selectmen have a recommendation?
The Board of Selectmen unanimously approves Article 21.
Okay. Any questions, discussion? And there is.
Good evening. I'm Nicole Gietta. I'm Precinct 4. I come with a visual aid. I came prepared. I am talking to the point that many people have on single-use bags from supermarkets, that they need them for either to line trash cans or to pick up dog waste. In this bag are 39 bags that have come into my household over the last 10 days. I am already concerned about how much plastic we use, so this is after my efforts to reduce. If I had a dog, all of these bags would be used on daily walks. I don't. So some of these bags I would normally reuse for lining trash bags. This one here is going to be used for a trash bag. Others are put into recycling at supermarkets. I can only hope that they do indeed get recycled. I don't know that. And the rest will be put into trash. It is very depressing just how hard it is to avoid plastic bags and wrapping in our day-to-day lives. You certainly can't buy food without getting so much packaging along with it. So for those who say they want to keep supermarket plastic bags for use as trash liners and dog waste, I prove with this bag that you already have plenty of free plastic bags hanging around that you can reuse for that purpose. We should not be bringing yet more unnecessary plastic bags into our environment. It is much better to reuse the bags, such as these, that we cannot avoid. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can start the clock. Kathy Duffett, Precinct 7. I, too, brought a prop. This is my reusable bag. I have a ton of them because I'm forgetful and I just buy another one. But this is a great product. It says right down here, this bag has helped feed someone in need. So buying this particular bag, also money goes to local charities. And it is also made of 20% recycled material. So yesterday, I was at the grocery store in the small item line. The man in front of me had no bag, so he had to get the plastic bags. I'm sure he was there doing errands for his wife. Like, say it's 10 or 14 items. He had 7 bags. I had 1. It's really convenient. And guess what? This bag can be used over and over again. So if you go, who's ever had the unfortunate experience of going to the grocery store, so I don't like it, but you realize that like in a week's grocery shopping, I probably use 3 bags. Or if you didn't, you'd be coming home with 21 plastic bags. And to the point of the previous speaker, people say, I like it, it's convenient, I use it for trash, I use it to walk the dog. So to get rid of those 21 bags, let's say you either have a home that has 3 bathrooms, and you use that in each of the trash receptacles, and you change that once a day, and that would get you through those 21 bags. So you have a fabulous house, and you're a fantastic housekeeper. So God bless you. Or you have a very productive dog that goes 3 times a day. So either way, you're on the outer stratosphere. So the other thing that people say is, I don't want the government making my choices for me. I want to make my own choices. Well, that's fine too, but I'm a proponent of limiting plastic bags. So, and it is coming, and I suggest that it is more convenient to go out with 1 bag versus 7 in the circulation and all of your fingers being killed because you're carrying 7 inconvenient bags. So this is convenient, it's good. Oh, and the final point I wanted to make, someone else said perhaps people can't afford to buy these bags. So to that point, what I'm going to do this week is I'm going to take one of these bags, I'm going to fill it up with some product and bring it to the pantry, and I'll also include some bags. So that's my final suggestion. I hope that even if you don't vote for this, you'll be encouraged to use the reusable bags. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Rand, Precinct 2. I heard you say you went to the solid waste management, and Chelmsford didn't have a problem because we still have the old manual method. We pick up we have people picking up our recyclables, not a machine. That's why you didn't see it there. And then you also said that our regular trash gets burned, so there's no landfill involved. So the articles in the paper and stuff were saying that those things are, we're going to end up in the landfill and all that stuff. Well, Chelmsford doesn't. My question to him, did you say that?
Could you restate the question?
My question was, didn't you say you went to do the waste management and Chelmsford's waste was
Our waste management company has a plant in Haverhill. Some of our members, I did not go, some of our members, I got the report.
Yes.
Went up there. They have a plant up there that burns some trash to electricity. It's a great thing. And, but they also do recycling, right? So
no,
when
that's
we
two
put your
different
stuff
plants.
in a recycling bin,
Contour is the one that burns the stuff.
that goes into a certain process. However, you're not supposed to put any of these single-use plastic bags into those bins, because when these little things get in there, that 2.5 and less, the grocery bags that you get at like the supermarket, right? They clog up that machinery. When enough of them clog up that machinery, you have to shut down that recycling line, the entire line.
I
right?
understand.
Pull them out.
But that's not what you said. You said Chelmsford didn't have a problem, and we don't have a problem.
If I didn't explain it right, I re-explained it now.
No,
because that's how it
Chelmsford
has
doesn't
to
have
work.
a problem. I agree with what I thought I heard, because we have a manual pickup, and they don't take your recycling if you've got plastic bags in there and stuff.
It's two different plants. What we're speaking of is the Covanta facility in Haverhill, which is the trash to energy plant, the electricity plant. We do not have a problem at that facility because of we don't have a problem with our solid waste stream that goes there for burning. What he's speaking of is where our recycling goes. Those are the concerns with the clogging up of the recycling machines, because they're not supposed to be recycled. Those bags are not supposed to be recycled. So we're talking of two different locations, two different facilities.
Exactly. But we shouldn't have a problem at the waste management one, the one where we recycle things, because we have a manual pickup.
Right, it's single stream recycling materials are in the recycled area, and they're not supposed to put the single use bags in that area.
And the guy that comes by my house won't pick up my trash if it's in a plastic bag. So we don't have a problem.
If they see it, that's correct.
Or this year.
And the reason that we don't often have that problem is because we don't have the tote containers that basically would prevent that from being seen. You're correct. But what he's saying is those that don't get seen in the recycled stream create the problem at the recycling facility.
Anyways, I'm 72 years old. I go to the store with my wife because we're retired, and they overload we switched over. I compost. I do everything to try to make a better environment, but they overload the cloth bags and stuff. And the multiple little bags don't hurt my back, and they're so useful. And we also bring all the extras back, and they recycle them. So I don't know why.
You are one of the
excuse me. That's very rare.
Excuse me. Pardon me. You can't argue from the podium. If there's a question, you can respond, but until there's a question, okay?
Yeah.
This is not like a one-on-one debate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. You all set?
I made my point.
Okay, thank you.
Nancy Arroway, Precinct 1. When I first read this, it sounded like a really good idea. But, I'm kind of data-driven, so I went to the internet and started doing research on it. And what I found really startled me. The first thing I found out is that you would have to use 17 of these single-use plastic bags to equal the environmental impact of one paper bag. You would have to use 38 of these single-use plastic bags to equal the environmental impact of a cloth bag. The paper bags have to go into our trash just the same way that the plastic ones do. They go into a different trash stream, but they have a lot more bulk that we're paying for and a lot more weight that we're paying for. And the thing that really startled me was to find that these reusable bags, you really need to wash them every time you use them because they pick up bacteria, whether it's bacteria because of the groceries they're carrying, the fresh foods, whether it's bacteria because you leave them in your car so you have them there when you get to the grocery, but they're dirty. When I was a teenager, my mother tried to stress to me that I didn't have to do things just because my friends were doing them. And I was always pretty bullheaded, and I kind of had to learn that myself. But we don't have to do things just because our friends are doing them.
Thank you.
Robert Pease, 23 Hitchin Post Road, and I'm going to speak against the article. It's stated that these bags lead to pervasive litter, but that's just not correct. Look around town. You will find an almost complete absence of littered plastic checkout bags. They are just not a problem. They are not blowing around our streets, and they are not in our trees. We are a clean community with responsible citizens, and we don't need a ban because we take care of these bags properly. We are told that we need the ban because the waste management recycling facility is burdened by our discarded bags. Again, this is just not correct. Waste Management has praised us for having one of the lowest levels of reject materials in our recycling stream of all the towns they service, well below standards. We just don't put plastic bags in our recyclables. We were just shown a slide of plastic bags clogging conveyor belts, but those bags are not from Chelmsford. We are not a problem to the recycling facility, and therefore a ban will have no positive effect on its operations. Moreover, every waste facility receives problem inputs, and they just deal with them as a matter of course. Waste Management meets its throughput tonnages, and that's all that counts. We're told that plastic bags from the recycling facility go into landfills where they won't break down. But Chelmsford doesn't put our bags in the recycling stream, only in the trash stream. Our trash is disposed of at a waste-to-energy facility where the bags are cleanly burned to generate badly needed electricity. Plastic checkout bags are supposed to clog storm drains, but the actual problem is with bags containing pet wastes. A ban will not stop this problem because these few people will simply continue to do so using alternative bags. We are told that plastic bags break down into microplastics, concentrate toxic pollutants, and are eaten by marine animals. We are also told that some marine animals will consume the bags directly. But this is all irrelevant because there's no credible pathway for the bags from Chelmsford to reach the ocean, given our good track record in managing them properly. And finally, we're told that many other communities have banned plastic checkout bags. But perhaps those other communities don't trust their townspeople to be good environmental citizens. A ban on plastic bags will cause retailers to change over to paper bags, an inferior product that is bulkier, 7 times heavier, and weaker than plastic bags. These will burden town businesses, including 4 of our largest, 3 supermarkets and Walmart, costing them more money. The increased costs arise because the relative weakness of paper bags means that more will be used. Their bulkiness means more valuable floor area will be required for storage, and their bulkiness and weight means that more truck shipments will be required to meet the needs of the stores. These increased shipments will also cause higher fuel usage and diesel emissions as verified by life cycle analysis studies. Businesses do not switch from plastic to paper bags voluntarily. They only do so when they're forced. We should not be so focused on the operations of the out-of-town waste management facility to the detriment of our in-town retailers, Walmart, Hannaford, Stop & Shop, and Market Basket. The shift to paper bags may cost the town significant funds as well. Large quantities of paper bags will now end up in the recycling stream at a terrible time, a time of extreme uncertainty because China is no longer accepting paper from the United States. This has caused a glut in the secondary paper market with thousands of tons being stored rather than being recycled. The best case is that we will now be paying a fee for recycling, something we haven't had to do previously. Because of the heaviness of paper bags relative to plastic, we will likely see our total disposal costs increase because of these fees. However, it is not outside the realm of possibility that our recycler may be forced to cancel paper recycling, and these heavy paper bags would end up in the more expensive trash stream, a really big economic hit. I appreciate plastic checkout bags because I grew up in the era of paper bags, which routinely ripped and spilled their contents. Plastic bags are strong and they can store loads of goods, and they have handles which allow more of them to be carried with far greater ease than paper bags. A benefit to those persons who walk to stores, persons who many times are of lower economic standing than those who drive. Plastic checkout bags have been proven to have a lower environmental impact than paper bags and have many post-retail uses, such as for trash bags and for dealing with pet waste, grill cleanups, and other messy jobs.
Your time is up.
I have one more sentence. May I?
Go ahead. One
Thank
sentence.
you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Many townspeople rely on plastic bags for a multitude of reasons, and they will be negatively affected if the ban were implemented.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Glenn Thorne, Precinct 5. My first comment is to the previous speaker. That was an outstanding presentation with a great deal of information. I too will vote against this article for a couple of reasons. One, let me add a little bit more depth to the comments that the previous speaker just made so that you can see the differences that he was referring to. You know how big a tractor-trailer truck is. It would take 8 tractor-trailer trucks full of paper bags to equal 1 tractor-trailer truck full of plastic bags, 8 to 1. They're bulkier, cost more energy to make. In 2014, there was a study done in San Francisco. I'll get to that. There was a study done in San Francisco right after they had passed the ban on plastic bags, and a strange thing happened. In the hospitals around San Francisco, there was a 25% increase in admissions due to bacterial infections from E. coli and other bacteria. Interesting. And there was a 25% increase in the death rate of people dying from E. coli infections and other bacteria. It turns out that indeed you do have to wash your portable bag, your reusable bag, every time you use it. Now, if you know somebody with one of those bags, you ask them if they wash it every time they use it. And I bet I know what the answer will be. So my wife and I recycle everything. So we have more recycling trash going out on the weeks for recycling than we do trash by 2, 3, 4 times to 1, because that's the way stuff comes in. Amazon ships in boxes. We get food from the store, and it has a styrofoam container underneath it, and it's got plastic over it. If you want to just believe what's in the cardboard box, if you have a piece of meat, and the grocer says, just trust me, that's a good piece of meat in there, but you can't see through plastic or have it in a styrofoam container, that just wouldn't be right. The other thing that concerns me is this, and some of the articles that will follow, with respect to us in Chelmsford, who I think are a very responsible community. I try to be, I know a lot of people in this room, I'm certain that they also try to be, is to have the government come in and say, we'll be responsible for you because you're not. That personally bothers me for a variety of reasons. We take a lot of time to sort our recyclables and get them out there to package our regular trash waste properly and get it out there. And we do use the one-use bags for lining the containers in the house for trash and so forth, and we find that very, very efficient. So for the government to tell us that we don't know how to be responsible for ourselves is a big bother to me. And I think this is a very responsible community who shouldn't be encouraging laws that put our businesses in a more difficult position because we're saying that we can't handle our own issues with our trash and recycling, and we need the government to do it, and we need to pass laws to do it, and so forth. So when you look at the things that happen with regard to this particular issue and some that follow, I suggest we act responsibly, vote these down, teach our children, teach our neighbors, teach ourselves to do the right thing, and then proceed, as we always have in Chelmsford, by being a responsible community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole Giada, Precinct 4 again. Can you start the clock? A number of clarifications from what's been said earlier. I took a tour of Covanta, our waste-to-energy plant, which is very impressive, and they told us that they would actually like to see less plastic in the waste stream because plastic does have issues for them. It produces chlorine, which results in hydrochloric acid, which they then have to constantly mitigate. There are also byproducts that are heaped around the incineration plant. It's called monofill. They cannot move that. In Massachusetts, they have to keep it where it is, and it's filling up. And also, I took a tour of the recycling facility in Billerica. On the whole, yes, Chelmsford does really, really well. They say that about us. You can't always see when there's plastic in our recycling, and that place is clogged with plastic bags, absolutely clogged. It is the number one thing that they said if they had any item that they would like to have removed, it was plastic bags. The second thing on that is they also told us, we've been talking about paper here, they told us that in this incredibly difficult climate at the moment for recycling, paper is still profitable. Paper is. The only plastic that's profitable for them is the plastic labeled number 5. That's it. Everything else is a struggle. So any argument that says we shouldn't be recycling paper is also hurting the recycling committee. And on my own, this point about, you have to wash your recycled bags, reusable bags. Well, yes, I use cotton ones and linen ones. Of course I wash them. Of course you can. That's not a particularly resonant answer with me. And as one last piece of clarification, as I believe, this motion is not recommending that or demanding that stores replace single-use plastic bags with paper bags. It's not for one, so there's no point in really looking at footprints on that. What they're asking is that supermarkets stop and we as consumers step up and start using reusable bags. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis Sheehan, Precinct 4, to the Recycling Committee. Have you communicated your desire to limit the use or remove the use of these bags to the local businesses in any way, shape, or form?
Say that again, I can't hear you.
Have you talked to any of the local businesses, sent a letter saying the Recycling Committee of Chelmsford says we would like to reduce the use of bags, styrofoam, as you list here?
Not officially as a member of the Recycling Committee. We didn't send anything around like that. On my own, I have. I've talked. I live around the corner here. I've talked to the local merchants around Vinyl Square. My friends who run the new craft store, they said no problem with it. I go to the coffee shop over at Panera Breads and talk to the manager there on my own, and she said they're all ready to go. They don't mind either way. I tried calling Market Basket to see if they'd get back to me. They did get back and told me about who they're buying their recyclables like these bags here off of, in case we were interested in using their purchaser. But I was hoping to get somebody local, but I don't know how that's going to work out.
Does the committee have any?
But anyway, that's on my own. I have talked to various small businesses and stuff, and my sense of it was that it's not going to hurt them. They don't really mind either way. But that's very limited. This was not in any organized thing for the Recycling Committee.
The short answer is no.
The short answer is yes. I just told you I did. I walked around. I listed a few of them.
The Recycling Committee did not officially communicate to the businesses in town their desire to limit, restrict, whatever, these items, whether it be bags or styrofoam or whatever.
No, the only indication I've got from them is it would be the Mass Retailers Association, who was pushing on a statewide level to have consistency. They wanted to go through at the state level. However, when I talked to Representative Golden, that didn't. He knew it wasn't going to get onto the agenda for the last at the end of the legislative year. And they kicked it back to the towns. If we want to do anything about this, we have to do it town by town, local. It was up to, when we started this, it was 79 towns. I got the report today, it's up to 85. So people are doing this. And it's not because they're following the leader, it's because they look at it and it's a good idea.
Okay, but and I'm trying to give you leeway, but the question was whether you spoke to retailers. Okay.
And the answer was that the Recycling Committee did not, as a committee, reach out to
the answer is, everyone's heard the answer. It's almost 11 o'clock,
so
I'm just trying to move it along.
I fully understand. Okay, so I agree with the basic goal of limiting the use of the bags, the styrofoam, et cetera. But I do disagree with this approach. Chelmsford says it wants to attract new businesses, and has even hired a full-time person to promote the town as a business-friendly place. These bylaws fly in the face of this effort and makes Chelmsford less welcoming to business. I urge you to defeat these 3 articles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Sillinge, Precinct 7. The number one item is with this document, and I have the glasses and they're just not working real well. And there's a couple of pages in here I can't really understand, or hardly understand. There you go, like those. And so I could be making some mistakes. So that goes into the other one. If we decide not to have plastic food, that's fine, because for the last 2 years we've been taking the plastic bags, putting them in a bear, and Hannaford actually takes them. We can go there and we dump all the stuff. Don't know what they do with them, but that's what we do. The other thing that we do is, and this has really been helpful, the paper that we get, the daily paper that we get now is wrapped in paper, because when it started with the rain and the snow and so forth, so they do it all the time. So what I don't see the rule that says what should I be doing with that plastic legally. So that's the other. And the other point is that my wife said I had to say this. She's in favor of eliminating the plastic for the food.
Thank you.
Sam Polton, Precinct 8. First, a question to the Recycling Committee. Sorry, I forgot that I'm shorter than most.
Well, not
A
everybody.
question. Sam Polton, Precinct 8. A question to the Recycling Committee. I heard the answer no, that you haven't officially reached out to the retailers. Have you reached out to many of the emerging companies that are using these one-time plastic bags to create products such as decking and siding? And I just put on a deck, and it's 40% of it is from recycled plastic. So have you reached out to those companies, because they seem to be solving the problem for us?
That's a good point. They do use recycled plastic, and if these kind of bags right here, they're made out of recycled bottles, most of them. Some of them even have nice slogans about that on them.
Have you reached out to them?
You'll see in this thing that there'll be a .40.
Okay. Look.
The answer is no.
Thank you. You can start the clock. I'm voting no on this because this isn't a recycling issue. This is an education issue. There are ways to control this. Chelmsford is already doing a great job. We're not putting these one-time use bags into the recycling stream to clog up the equipment. And if we follow the directions that are now being printed on many of the bags, we shop at Market Basket, it says return to the store. You can take the one bag, put 20 or 30 or 40 of these bags in. They still don't weigh anything at all. And when you go back to Market Basket or the other supermarkets, just give them to them. They then sell them to these companies that are making the planking and everything else, and it solves the problem without creating another problem. I remember when we were encouraged to give up paper. Remember, ask for plastic, save a tree. And the previous speakers have said better than I the difference between paper and plastic. We're not going to go to the single-use bags for free. They would go back to paper. But mostly, we learned that you don't put oil in the sewer. But we didn't learn that by banning oil. We need oil in our cars. We solved the problem by teaching people what to do with the oil. And jobs and industries were created by reusing the oil. That's the future of the single-use plastic bag. Find something that it can be used for so we can have the convenience of the plastic, the retailers can keep the prices down, and we can enjoy progress. So I urge everybody to defeat these 3 articles and educate folks, as we've been doing, to get the plastic back into new products, not ban something. And I especially don't like impacting retailers without speaking to them officially. So again, I urge us to vote this down, and if the Recycling Committee wants to bring it up again after they look at the impact that it would have, I'd be glad to listen to them. Please vote no.
Thank you. Look, it's 11:05, and I don't want to give anybody short shrift. We've heard a lot of people on both sides. If you're going to say something that's materially different from what we've heard, I want to hear from you. But we don't need 3 or 4 more people saying the same thing that we've heard before. So go ahead.
Johanna Shaw, Precinct 9. Trying to pare down and not echo what other people have said. I'm all for doing anything that supports the environment. I'd like to see less pollution and fewer bags in circulation. I don't think a ban is a fair way to do it. I mean, sometimes you forget your reusable bags. There could be people passing through town from other places, and honestly, once word gets out that Chelmsford doesn't allow the bags, somebody might pass through and go to a neighboring town that allows it to take their business there instead. I think what's more fair than banning them would and could be a revenue stream for the town. I'd rather see us put a 2 or 3 cent tax on using a bag that encourages people to use the reusable ones, but keeps the option there for people who may need to replenish their supply of bags to line their trash cans or prefer it for whatever reason. And we're always talking about the tax burden, and we're running at a deficit. Do something like that where we could bring more money in.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moderator, George Zaharoulis, Precinct 3. I move the question.
Okay, the question's been moved.
I
Yes.
also would like to make a comment after the vote, please.
Hold on. There's been a point of order. Sure. Can we do I'm looking, we have a quorum. And it'll come up in the vote. So by a raise of hands, how many people wish to move the article? Anybody opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Now we'll vote on Article 21. A vote in favor is to basically restrict plastic bag sales in retail operations.
Combining the next two? No, I'm gonna make a motion to suspend the rules to take the next two.
The article fails, 46 in favor, 71 opposed.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion we suspend the rules and take the last 2 articles this evening.
We'll have a show of hands on that. If people want to, if you want to suspend the rules and take the last 2 articles tonight, we will do it tonight. All in favor? All opposed? Can we do that? Can we do it by the clickers, because it's a little close? Can you just do like a quorum count? And we'll do it that way. Look, just so that everybody is clear, what they're asking to do is suspend the normal 11 o'clock rule so that we can finish up the last 2 articles tonight. If this quorum count fails, we will meet again Monday to take up the last 2 articles. Otherwise, we will stay and finish up the last 2. But I really don't want anyone to give the last 2 articles any short shrift, okay? So, can we have a vote? A yes means that we're going to continue the meeting. So please vote. Yes means we're going to take up the last 2 articles. No means we're coming back on Monday.
A really key issue here is whether or not there are enough people still around to have a quorum. And I think that's 2/3 of the members.
Okay, the article passes, but I am trusting that people will stay here so that we have a quorum for the final 2 articles.
Mr. Moderator, could we combine the 2 articles together and have one discussion?
No, you cannot do that. Okay, so we're going to go to Article 22.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cynthia Feekers. I live on Pine Hill Road in Precinct 7, and I pick up trash every day. But I'm also a nurse. I I've been a nurse for 39 years, and for 39 years I have taken care of people, and I've cared for them and about them. I've done that both personally and professionally. So I come to you this evening with the same caring theme. I am looking for your support. Where am I? Where am I? That's not, oh. Okay. I am looking for your support to ban the distribution of single-use polystyrene containers in all food establishments in the town of Chelmsford because you care. Many people don't know about the effects of polystyrene, and myself included until very recently. Polystyrene, more commonly known as styrofoam, was actually created by mistake by a chemist who worked for Dow Chemical Company in the early 1940s, around World War II. In the 1950s, the Dow Chemical Company introduced it to the United States. And with the advent of fast foods and takeout industry, the growth skyrocketed. Styrofoam takes 500 years to never to decompose. And also burning polystyrene gas releases styrene gas into the environment. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, styrofoam contains toxic substances, styrene and benzene. Styrene and benzene are included in the National Toxicology List of carcinogens. These substances leach out of your styrofoam cups or containers into your food or your beverage, and then they get absorbed into your bloodstream and into your tissue. Whoop. So these are a few cities and towns that are across the nation and across the state that have banned polystyrene. And we shouldn't do this because everybody else is doing it. We should do it because we care. Polystyrene is a major component of plastic debris in the ocean. Animals mistake it for food, so they die either by asphyxiation or they transfer the chemicals into the food chain. Polystyrene is plastic, and it's included in the calculations, and unless we do make some changes, by the year 2050, there'll be more plastic in the ocean than fish. Fish, that is a large source of our protein. And the bottom line is, trash in the ocean comes from humans. I don't think it comes necessarily directly from humans in Chelmsford, but it comes from humans. And it's our responsibility and to have the power and responsibility to prevent it. When you go into the grocery store and you buy fish in the grocery store, it doesn't come from bodies of water in Chelmsford. The next time you purchase fish, look and see where it comes from. It comes from the oceans that are polluted. And somebody mentioned earlier, China has banned recycled plastic from being imported, so it's going to pile up in our landfills and our oceans, and it's going to cost us more to manage. Plastics in all forms, straws, bottles, packaged bags, etc., they're choking our planet. They're not all plastic isn't bad, but there are some plastics that are hitting the top 10 of things that we can do better with. So I'm going to skip over this. This is ocean gyres. This is where, these are kind of big whirlpools on the earth where trash and plastics and all accumulate. It's like a garbage patch. So I went to the closest town. Out of all those towns that implemented polystyrene bans, I went to the closest town and I spoke with Westford implemented the polystyrene ban last July. So I went to the schools and they transitioned to greenware, and it was actually a costly implementation for them because they hadn't done anything before. So they had to transition all to the greenware cups. And the cost, of course, depends on how many you're transitioning, what the vendor is, and what your current contracts are. As far as the businesses in Westford is concerned, they have complied with this request. There were 5 businesses that asked for extensions so that they could utilize their existing inventory. So then in Chelmsford, I met with Dr. Lang, who has many action steps, but one of which he wants to encourage students to be more active in their community. And being involved in these initiatives will help satisfy those goals. I also had the pleasure of visiting and touring with the Director of School and Nutrition in Chelmsford, Nancy Antolini. You should all feel very proud right now of your school system, because Nancy is way ahead of the curve. She's already made the transition. There is one dinnerware that they need to transition to, and she plans to include that in the before the end of the next year. So their current tray that they're using now, and this information I actually didn't have when I met with the Finance Committee. I had big numbers that cost Westford. But the current tray that Chelmsford is using now is, and it's a multi-5 section tray, costs 3 cents, and the new greenware tray is 7 cents. So according to Dr. Lang, who got back to me sometime this week, they will incur approximately $7,000 increase into their annual budget. And he wasn't able to share the plan, how that would be incorporated into their budget, but it is part of their plan. I've spoken with Nick Parley, and he assured me that the school system and the senior center are the only two, there's a fly, that's why I'm doing this, the only two town facilities that serve food. And I've spoken with the senior center as well, and they said they use styrofoam cups, but in very low volume. Sorry. Okay, sorry. And I was one who toured the Covada Hill in Haverhill, where our trash goes, and they are one of 7 active combustible facilities in Massachusetts. So what they do, and it's very interesting, I urge you to Google Covada in Haverhill, and there's a nice link on how they manage the trash. But what they do is they have this huge pile of ash, black ash, that in 8 to 10 years, he said, they probably won't have any more room on that space to put the trash, so they'll have to put it in trucks and haul it to another fill. So it isn't a landfill filled with trash, it's a landfill filled with ash, black ash. There's 7 combustible facilities in Massachusetts, and there's 20 active landfills in Massachusetts. That's according to the Department of Environmental Protection. I didn't calculate, and I didn't look at the number of capped landfills in Massachusetts. Yeah. So momentum is building, as is our population. Just quickly, 1950, 172 million people in the United States. Now, 327 million. In 2050, 389 million. All of us getting rid of our trash that doesn't go anywhere. This is an opportune time to educate our students, our community, to lead by example. For our young folks, it's their future. When we develop behaviors by example with our students, we are creating future engineers, future business persons, future scientists, and future responsible citizens. And what better way can we educate than by example? Do as I do, not as I say. When we develop behaviors, they become natural, they become normal. When we change behaviors, it's a task, it's a job, it's inconvenient, it interrupts us. And while we promote behaviors, good behaviors, we are providing information that we're often too busy to seek or understand. I never knew what polystyrene was, or what it contained, or what it did, until I had the time to do it, as hopefully many of you haven't.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. So change doesn't come easy, it doesn't come fast. It comes in small, localized actions that spread. Styrofoam is a carcinogen. It's a major component of debris in our landfills. Reducing our dependence on styrofoam is the best way to decrease its productivity. If we've always do what we've always done, we're always going to get what we've always gotten. We need to continue to recycle, reuse, and reduce, but we also need to think about redesigning and reimagining. I'm not recommending that we go from, and we're not saying we should use paper, we're just saying we shouldn't use polystyrene.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
A majority of the Finance Committee recommends against approval of Article 22 with a vote of 6-1.
But does the Board of Selectmen have a recommendation?
The Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends approval of article.
Time for questions or discussion?
Chris Garahan, Precinct 8, real quick. I mean, this styrofoam, this is not something we can recycle. It's not, it's a different, I think it's a much worse situation than, say, plastic bags. So styrofoam, it's a lot of bad things, has a lot of bad effects on the environment. So from an environmental perspective, I urge people to support this article.
Thank you.
Glenn Thorne, Precinct 5. I think that was an excellent presentation, and you made the point that previous speakers have made, that it's an education process. It's, you know, showing the community what the best way to handle something that might be a difficult substance in our recycling environment. Looking at removing all the styrofoam from food packaging at Market Basket or Demoulas or Hannaford or something like that, it doesn't make any sense, but when we get it, how do we handle that product? So I think your approach to educating the public and teaching the children and teaching ourselves how to dispose of styrofoam products allows us to use them for their appropriate use and dispose of them properly, and not a law that tells us we have to do it. So I think that responsibility aspect of your presentation was outstanding, and I would urge the town meeting to vote this down and continue along the responsible way that Chelmsford has been going.
Thank you.
I don't know how to educate.
Linda Lee, 6. I think we have enough information to make a decision, so I want to move the question.
We have a motion to move the question. Raise your hands. All in favor of moving the question? All opposed? Passes almost unanimously. Okay, so we're now going to be voting on the styrofoam ban. A yes would be to ban styrofoam in retail establishments.
An interesting point here is that we used to be able to recycle styrofoam in Chelmsford, but no longer. It's becoming harder and harder to recycle. That said, I know that the town of Acton does allow styrofoam and the tray, both the brick and tray recycling. And I would like to explore with Nick Parley, our recycling officer, whether it's possible to have a collaborative agreement with Acton that would allow Chelmsford residents to take their styrofoam to an adjacent town.
The article passes 70 in favor,
Thank
30
you.
opposed,
Thank you, everybody.
3 abstentions. And now we'll get to the final article of the evening. And we'll
Thank you. Thank you. Is this the clicker? Is this where I go forward?
have 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Nicole Giada. I'm a town meeting rep for Precinct 4. I have made a revision in the language that is in the book. The revised language is shown on the screen, and what we'll be voting for tonight is what you see on the screen. For clarification of this change, the revised motion adds "except on request" to sections 1 and 3.1 of the original motion, and removes the requirement for the town to accept excess stock, as that is now irrelevant. When a group of concerned residents explored this issue, we looked at all the methods by which plastic straws and stirrer use could be reduced. We decided then to go with the most bang for the buck, getting the most reduction by seeking regulation to stop the distribution of straws while allowing those who need or want plastic straws to buy them in Chelmsford or to bring them into restaurants. However, the process of bringing a proposal to this body is a long and educational one. And as a result, it has become clear that the residents of the town, while generally supporting the idea of reduction of plastic use, would prefer, and indeed would support this action, if some access to plastic straws remain for those who need them. So I have modified this motion so that plastic straws would not be distributed by restaurants, but may be requested. Some communities have made this exception more restrictive than this by requiring that the request states that it's for medical reasons, but we felt that was a real invasion of privacy, and restaurants should not be in the business of assessing a medical need. So I will move on to my presentation, and while I'm doing that, I apologize for the slides. Do not ever try and pretty up your presentation at 2 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't work. So, I am here because my teenage daughter begged me to act. To her and her peers, pollution from single-use plastic is one of the most urgent and critical issues that they are inheriting from us. The intention of this petition is to change the responsibility for providing straws, which are mostly plastic, from businesses in town to a choice by residents to not use a straw at all or bring their own. Residents, of course, now may still request a plastic straw. So what is the problem? And again, here you see my slide is a little bit iffy. Plastic use increased 20-fold in the last 50 years and is predicted to double again in the next few years. Half of all plastic produced so far was produced in the last 13 years. At a time when research is showing we desperately need to cut back on our plastic production and use, we are in fact increasing it. You've seen a lot of this data from previous articles. Let's focus on the 170 million to 390 million plastic straws which are used per day in the US, according to rigorous market research. This means that every one of those plastic straws has to be disposed of and replacements manufactured day after day after day. The numbers are mind-boggling. We have all seen pictures of the impact of plastic on our oceans. In addition, last week, a deeply disturbing report from the UN revealed that we have only 12 years to drastically change our consumption behavior, especially in fossil fuels, in order not to blow through a 1.5 centigrade warming trend, which is bad enough in itself and catastrophic if we exceed it. We also know from 2017 report of the UN Environmental Group that microplastics have entered our food chain. We've talked about this already. This week, reports from research across the globe found that 95% of our table salt contains microplastic. The health impact of plastics in our environment and food chain is the subject of growing research in such areas as potential carcinogenics, endocrine disruption, direct toxicity, and reproductive and fertility changes. I just lost my slide. Thank you. So, why concentrate on plastic straws? They're tiny. Why do we bother? Because we have to start somewhere. When issues are so huge, it's easy to devolve into inaction, throwing up our hands and asking what difference can we make? Well, here's the thing. For most of us, plastic straws are an easy one-use plastic to eliminate, used mostly out of habit because they are put in front of us. We don't use plastic straws at home or in our wine or in our beer. This is a change most of us can easily make. It took me 2 days to get used to putting reusable straws in my bag or my car. They are known as a gateway plastic. By changing our behavior on plastic straws, we begin to notice and act on all the myriad other ways single-use plastic comes into our lives. This is one way to concentrate on a relative easy change in our behavior that also benefits our environment. Plastic straws cannot be recycled and are disposed of after one use. The only way to curb the environmental impact of creating plastic straws and disposing of them is to reduce at source. Unfortunately, they are mistakenly put into recycling streams, potentially contaminating the entire recycling process. This is a picture, I don't know if you can see, I tried to arrow. When I toured the recycling facility in Billerica, right there in a paper bale was a plastic straw sticking out. This is one way in which plastic straws contaminate the process. I think it's about 7% contamination rate. They cannot sell the recycling. If they actually are taken out of the recycling stream, they are then sent to landfill. Our recycling plant sends the stuff they cannot recycle to landfill, with all the environmental problems landfills create. This recycling industry is in crisis, as we've talked about. Markets are drastically reducing. We don't need to be exacerbating the problems for that important industry. So what is the solution? Urgent reduction of use. It's a global thing. Everybody across the globe, communities and companies, are acting now on this. They are not waiting, they are acting. Here's the timeline. An adjustment period up to July 1st, 2019, so that restaurants and residents and regular visitors can get used to the adjustment. I want to emphasize again, this is not a complete ban on plastic straws in Chelmsford. It is a proposed ban on distribution of them, with the option for those who need straws to get them on demand. Care homes, medical offices, assisted living, housing, for example, are exempt from restriction. So why Chelmsford? We've had this. Why regulation? This comes up again and again. We are not divorced from the world and its problems. We do pretty well when it comes to disposing of our trash, but we are consumers too. There are consequences to our actions. We often take our plastic straws out of this community and dispose of them in communities which may not do as well as us. The point is, we do not know. The only way to know for sure we are not polluting unnecessarily is to stop using them at all. And as I mentioned before in my comments, we send trash out to waste-to-energy incineration. It's the best solution we have right now for non-recyclables. However, it has its own problems, and although CO2 is better than methane as a greenhouse gas, byproducts from incineration are still a problem for our environment, and plastic is a problem for the incineration plants themselves. As I mentioned, it actually produces hydrochloric acid, which is constantly having to be mitigated. The resulting ash monofill cannot be moved in Massachusetts. As I said, it has to stay in its place, and it's rapidly filling up. So why regulation? We send straws to recycling erroneously. Sure, we can educate on that. As we've said, education is great. Although we already have it in our recycling flyer, you can't force people to read that flyer. People will take their one-use plastic cups and their one-use plastic lids, including their one-use plastic straws, and throw them in recycling bins at home, at work, in restaurants. San Francisco has a solution. It labels every trash and recycling container with pictures of what can be placed inside. The cost of that is considerable. And quite frankly, I doubt we would be prepared to actually foot the cost. Everyone says it should be done by education, but truly, who is going to pay for that? Regulation is the most effective and the most cost-effective solution to this urgent problem. Another reason we should use regulation. We can act with great impact if we act together. Education is good, individual action is great, but neither gets the job done as well, as fast, and meets this urgent problem so effectively as a block of consumers acting together.
45 seconds.
Thank you. I have sat in this room for the past 3 years listening to many arguments for and against issues. Time and time again, the argument is used, it's for the kids. Well, yes, this is one issue where that's inarguable. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren to act now to begin to mitigate and work to solve the enormous pollution issues that we are passing on to them. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clifford.
Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
As the article was originally presented to us, a majority of the Finance Committee recommended against approval of Article 23. However, the Finance Committee has not had an opportunity to review the amended article.
Thank you. Does the Board of Selectmen have a recommendation?
Board of Selectmen unanimously recommends Article 23.
Mr. Thorne?
Glenn Thorne, Precinct 5. As I look around the room, over there, here, a couple of plastic cups. Amina has one up front with a plastic straw in it. Over there. Yeah, and so if I were to buy a Coke at McDonald's or the like, and I needed to get a straw to go through that plastic cover on it down into the Coke, it has to be some alternative to a plastic straw. And I remember using paper straws, and their physical strength is much less than plastic straws by a lot. But the other problem with not having a plastic straw is sometimes it takes me a couple hours to finish what's in that plastic container. And I also remember what happened to paper straws if they sit in Coke for a couple of hours. It's not a straw anymore. So to regulate out the possibility of having something that stays in one piece for several hours I think is probably not the right thing to do, and plastic straws are recyclable. And yes, you can take the cover off, and if you're driving your car and you hit a bump, you can also wear the entire contents. So where the styrofoam issue is very clear as a carcinogenic, the plastic straws and plastic in the recycling are indeed recyclable. Again, I don't like regulations for things that we ought to know how to do better, but when you look at the convenience of the plastic bags we spoke about earlier, and the actual use of plastic straws in the environment, and being able to put them in your cups and take them with you and not wear it in your car when you're driving, I think we should turn down this article. It's getting late in the evening, so I won't say any more than that, because I think it's a rational look at what the appropriate use is. And again, if you remember paper straws, and it's been a while since we've had them, they do disintegrate while you use them if you don't use them immediately. I also have trouble mechanically thinking of how very thick drinks like Fraps can be pulled up through a less structurally strong paper straw as compared to a plastic straw, because I've tried that before.
Thank you.
Linda Lee, Precinct 6. We have enough information. Let's move the question.
We have a motion to move the question. By a hand count, how many in favor of moving the question? How many opposed? It passes. Okay, so we're now going to vote on Article 23. Yes. Well, it's long, but you can, but I'll tell you what the difference is. The difference is that you can request, if you go to a restaurant, you can request and you don't need a medical reason. So you could just say to the waitress or waiter, can I have a plastic straw? And they will give it to you. That's really the difference. If I'm incorrect, I'm sure the presenter will correct me.
It's not showing.
It is.
It's not showing it. This is not the amended? Yeah, that's not the amended. This is not the amended. This is not it.
Yeah. There it is. That's the amended version, right?
And then there's other, yes.
Okay.
There's another amendment on Section 3.
Mr. Moderator, is the fine the same, $100 for each use? That didn't change, right?
That hasn't changed.
It's still $100?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and you go to the next slide, please. Or the one before.
Section 3.
There it is. No? There it is. And there it says, except upon request, meaning that you could request it at wherever you're shopping. Okay? So we're going to vote on that. While we're voting, I want to point out that early voting on the election coming up begins on Monday, October 22nd. It goes through November 2nd from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. You can also go, that's Monday through Friday. You can also go Saturday, October 27th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. or Thursday, November 1st from 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. And I encourage everyone who can to vote.
Can you just read the majority? I listened.
I think we still have a quorum.
The article passes 55 in favor, 45 opposed, 4 abstentions. I entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you.
And so we managed to get through in 2 meetings, Monday night and tonight. We actually had to break the rules to continue past 11 o'clock. I know our team here from Chelmsford TeleMedia is both exhausted and relieved that they don't have to come back next Monday. We had a dramatic conclusion with these 3 articles having to do with dealing with plastics in our town. Interestingly, one might have expected all 3 to either pass or fail, but in fact, the one banning plastic bags failed, and the other 2 involving styrofoam trays and the plastic straws did pass. So we are more progressive, at least 2/3 progressive on that account. want to thank you for joining us tonight. It's been a couple of long nights. We had some really interesting issues, and I think you saw a good display of not only town meeting working at its best, but also the sort of maturation of John Curlin as the moderator, doing his best to keep things on an even keel, fair, but moving along. So for the rest of our staff and our great volunteers here at Chelmsford TeleMedia, I'm Kelly Beatty, wishing you a good night, great Halloween, and go Red Sox, who apparently are headed to the World Series. Good night.